Hello and welcome everyone. Let me get everything unmuted here. Things chilled out. The old gears are turning. Hey Rogue.
Hey, hi. I'm
Hi.
here as per usual.
I see that. And we have a Jim Max here, but he is a muted
well,
Jim
well,
Max.
Jim Max has been the old mouse in the corner, silent, but deadly violent when.
Yeah. The one mouse the cat pin could not get. She got tired of her nose being scratched all the time.
Of course, but again, you can smell that one.
And of course, we are pinless. It's
Well,
it's
I
not a
mean,
huge loss, and it's not a huge gain.
well, I did have a
Mild.
minor.
Minor.
Brain is still trying to adjust. I've only been up for maybe about an hour or so. Um,
Oh.
yeah, I know. I woke up kind of 8:30 ish, 8. Kind of looked around, kind of went, why is it dark? And then I realized it's Canadian sunshine. Um, looked at the clock and go, oh, it's 8:30. Maybe I should get up. No, I don't want to get up. I like it here. And then rolled out of bed about 9 o'clock and got something to eat and went through a few different things. Noticed some interesting lawsuits that will be presented for the Wizard of the Coast. But yeah, no. Getting back to the pen thing, we had a
More lawsuits for visit. What?
yeah. We'll go down there. Don't wait. We'll go down
Oh,
there in a few
okay.
moments.
Okay.
I'm doing a circle back to the original
All
conversation
right. We'll
point I was
circle
trying
back.
to make.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
Jim.
doing the circle back Saki here. So we're going to
Okay.
circle back to the pen discussion here, and we had a minor discussion behind the scenes because she wanted to do a secret meeting of what's going to be happening with her in the GNF
Ooh.
situation. She likes her job, her current job, so she's happy with that. There's a little more dues that she needs to do on the sales aspect that she's not used to, but that's beside the point. And she's opted to take the rest of the month off, yay, to do what she needs to do behind the scenes. Yes, finalizing that website being one of the things.
Well. Well. Just so it happens, this is actually going to be the last stream on my channel for this year.
No.
Yes, I'm going to take the next 3 weeks. So even the first into next year, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
walking instead. But
Mhm.
I'm going to be trying to finalize the new channel for Anime Watch Club, and I'm going to be trying to get the videos I need out first edited. And
Mhm.
I finally came to a determination of what I'm gonna do. There
Okay.
will be no intro. There will I might keep the outro because it's at the end, so it's like, who cares?
Yeah.
But there will be no intro. And the edits I'm gonna do is during the show, get rid of all the dead noise.
Nice. That's gonna
So
be a
so
little time
between
consuming.
us talking, so say we're in the show and we're watching it, and we talk 5 minutes into it, and then it's like another 10 minutes before we talk again during the show. That entire 10 minutes is getting removed out of the video.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
It's just better instead of trying to keep it there. That way, it's the flow's there. People still know exactly where we're at because the counter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
And
I don't like doing it because I want it to be able to. Okay, you pop the show up beside it and you can watch along,
mhm.
but I don't want to take a chance.
No, I mean you could have two different versions. You can have the unedited version on a different location, sitting for people who wish to do that, like a Patreon or whatever. And then you have the edited version available on YouTube, and then you can have that lead towards the unedited version wherever you've decided to station it at. That is one of those other possibilities to kind of go with. So you're still keeping
Well,
what your original mindset was,
I
but you're
could do it.
also
Well, I
yeah,
could do it as a sense that yeah, it's a. I can have it all on YouTube.
yeah, I know.
and just the full version be linked only.
Correct.
The only problem with that is once it's linked only, people can share the link and people can get into it.
No, and that's what I mean. If you had it at a different location altogether, like say
Rumble?
a BitChute or wherever, a library, or there's a barrage of different locations to go to. You can have, like I said, you can have that that there in existence, because again, those terms of service are a little bit different elsewhere than it is YouTube. You can continue with that down the road.
Can you put videos on Patreon?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes.
I might look into that.
Yeah.
Another thing I was looking into is maybe doing a Rumble. Maybe.
Yeah. No. Maybe. Yeah. But no. Look for an alternative site that you think will be good for you for whatever the purpose that you have, so that you have at least not just the YouTube crowd, but also being created another source of revenue pool possible. In a different location. It is kind of, we know the rule set for YouTube, and unfortunately YouTube is not going to get any better, it's only going to get worse. And the competitors seem to be doing a lot of the stuff that YouTube used to do when it first came out.
Well, you know what, I really don't know, because I did share a video. Well, I did not share, I did make a live stream last week about another content creator. And all thing he does was, it's different content. So I don't know if it's because of the fact of it's different content or because of the company doing it. But I do know Camisos did hit a person. He takes comic book panels, and he does have some He does have some anime clips here and there within his videos. But he takes them and he recolors them, and he talks about like the stories, the characters, events, things that happen within it. And Camisos struck 10 videos of his back to back. And remarkable enough, YouTube didn't put any of the strikes through.
It's most likely that they've smelt the writing on the wall with Camiso.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's because they looked, oh, it's this company again. Alright. Attacking anime again. We just dealt with this like 2 months ago from another creator. No.
Yeah.
And
I mean, multiple different creators, because again, Kimiso's been attacking not just smaller creators, but they have gone and went against some of the larger ones as well. If you have a consistent
pattern
strain of a habit, then eventually the company is going to kind of figure it out. So
yeah, I'm hoping my clean on tantrum I did with YouTube did some good for some people.
Outside of creating some really good sound bites and that, yes, I will agree that your Bloodfest was magnifique.
I brought honor to the anime reaction community.
You brought honor to your house.
And with that, I'm looking on Twitter, and the first thing pops up is from Mandy from a minute ago. I want to read this. In my opinion, I am 5 episodes in to the Netflix Cowboy Bebop, and the biggest travesty isn't Faye. It isn't Jet. It's the castration of Vicious.
Yeah, I will agree. Having to sit through all of it and then having to do a basic review with Nemo, I have two mindsets of this idea. So mindset 1, positive. I can see what they were trying to do, and they did bring something new to the table. That's it. Negatives, lots of.
Everything else about the show.
They butcher. Oh, the other positive. Mustafa, who played Jet Black, excellent,
Yeah.
excellent. Unfortunately, he had a foam arm. It made no sense why his foam arm existed. It looked stupid. Um, it was kind of ironic. He played a character with the name Jet Black, and though he was a black man, I thought that was kind of uh, strange, to
Blackfacey.
say the least.
Kind of
Uh,
blackfacey.
yeah, kinda. It's almost like having somebody do blackface, and it was really weird. It was really weird. Um, the principal actor John Cho being selected to play Spike, who's in his mid-20s, yet the principal actor is in his 50s, didn't work. The Faye Valentine character was stripped away because she looked too sexy, but she's a femme fatale, that was the purpose. She also was way older than the rest of the gang, theoretically speaking, because she was pretty much put in stasis for a good chunk of her time when she kind of unleashes herself again. So really, she's like in her hundreds, close to it, but technically, she's still somewhere within her 20s, 30s ish. So you have that remark of the old woman, that kind of stuff, because a lot of the characters that we're facing are within their 20s, maybe their 30s. We'll phase a bit more older. That would have made more sense, kind of working on that. The only thing that they got right so far was the dog.
Yeah.
The introduction
I will agree to that.
yeah, the introduction, actually, the dog also becomes kind of a redone because of the laser eyes and a few other different things. Because again, he's a data dog, and yeah, for some reason they dropped the data dog near the end of the season because he's different. Really, that wasn't like that in the series. I'm sorry. Let's get down to the introduction of Ed. Ooh,
Yeah, that's what
worst
killed it for me.
cringe fest ever.
That's what killed it for me.
Oh, and then we get down to the villains. They weren't villainous enough to actually be fearful of these people. Vicious was Kylo Ren with a white wig. That was it. I was expecting somebody a little bit more sedated, a little bit more tactical, a lot more violent to a point. Not a lot of visuals needed to be for that violentness. But Vicious is titled Vicious for a reason. Everybody around him is afraid of him, including Julia. Then there's Julia, who rumor has it was going to be the lead female villain in the sequel or their season 2.
Former season 2. We'll talk about that too.
Yeah, no, I know. But it was just okay, and then the queering adding into it, the queer painting, the queer coding of some characters that didn't have it in the first place.
You talking about the guy that was in the military, got genetic?
Yeah, him for example, yeah.
Yeah, he played female, not because he wanted to, because of what happened to him.
Yeah. It was a tactical kind of.
He was still straight. He was still straight because you can see him being straight because he hit on Faye.
Yep. Yeah, I know. So they believe that was a guy trying to get transsexual.
Yeah, and no, it's not lesbian being lesbian. He thought of himself as a guy still. He just dress as a guy.
Yeah, no. But again, there's that the mindset of the material. Their independent stuff was fine at moments, but very. It didn't make sense for certain characters. For example, Jet Black, for the doll episode for his daughter's present in that made no sense. As well as he has a daughter, it also kind of made no sense for that character. I'm like, wait, when did Jet Black get a daughter in the anime? I don't remember that.
No, I remember. I think, if I remember right, and I might be getting this wrong, I think he did have a family, but it never went into it.
Well, he had a wife because of the factor of his devotion to his work.
He lost his wife.
He lost the wife. They never had a family, so
Yeah.
he ended up becoming more of a bounty hunter. She ended up getting another dude, who ended up doing something stupid to put him onto the bounty list, which has Jet Black going after her husband, which is a kind of it's a very unique story. Again, it's the stories of the exes, even though they had a mutual parting of the ways. They still kind of have a good friendship with each other, a good relationship, and this shit happened. It's the same thing if you were a cop and your ex-wife's boyfriend did something stupid, and so now you've got to go arrest that person, but you kind of want to do it in a civil manner. All you have to do is just walk on out. It's easy, breezy. I don't want to have to, kill
Well,
him.
I mean, and see, here's the thing that there is a thing you can do. It's recusing yourself.
Pretty much.
And say, I would think it's the same with bounties. I mean, just don't go after the bounty.
True. But again, the
But
thought
then, what's the
process.
drama? What's the drama then? I know.
Well, the thought process is, if for this one, is the factor that in the anime version of it, you had other bounty hunters were much more vicious and would not do the whole
That's not
capture.
vicious.
Yeah, but a little bit more untactful. Where somebody like, we'll say, Jet Black, who is going to do it tactfully and try to do it with the least amount of harm happening to the individual. Because again, they say you have to bring the guy alive, but not maim free. If he's missing an arm or two, it doesn't really matter. At least he's alive.
I mean, just go Black Knight with from
pretty much.
Fuck. The
Quest
of the Holy Grail. Just go Black Knight with him. Just a scratch. You can still accept the bounty.
Yes. But yeah,
I just made it to where you don't have to cuff him.
Hey,
or shackle him.
As well as he's not going to run, that's for sure.
He might roll a little bit, but I'm sure it's not going to be that fast.
Nah, you'll catch him pretty quick. But yeah, so that aspect I kind of didn't mind for the anime version of it. Those little bits that were there. But for the live action, what they were trying to do for their original story basis of it had something there, but it wasn't fully fleshed out. It needed more of a proper script editor to go in there and kind of go, this makes no sense, this makes no sense, this makes no sense, and restructure it. Because that's what it needed, a good restructuring. And unfortunately, a lot of the SJWs within Hollywood who have been given good jobs in the writing department for whatever reason, I have no idea, who are less talented than their predecessors. They've decided to not revisit their work, and in some cases, the producers are kind of going, "We'll go with that one. We love this one." I mean, yeah, there was a lot to it. Was it a complete shit series? 50% of the audience said it wasn't. So really, if you were a brand new member of the audience, you've never seen Cowboy Bebop before, this was your first hoedown with it, it's passable at best. Is it great? No. Is it
it's like
better than some of the shit?
It's She-Ra levels. It really is. It's She-Ra levels. It just. Yeah. But if you are OG, you watch anime and you loved anime, and here's the bad thing: Cowboy Bebop was one of the entry level animes for people getting into it.
It is. I know.
And if you are one of those people and you watch this abomination, you probably absolutely flipped your shit.
Oh yeah, no, and again, I'm not going to take away from the OG anime lovers, especially for the Cowboy Bebop. Fuck, even the Japanese who really roasted this thing. I'm not going to say that it wasn't unwarranted because of the factor that it is a shit show. it needs a lot of fine tuning. It would have been something good if they've just listened to the principal creator and not did their own thing.
And sadly, he did die, I believe, a couple days ago.
Yes, he did, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And this is this isn't a blemish on the creator's end of it. It was his creation to be finally seen in live action. And all I have to say is the people behind it and Netflix, you allowed this to happen to give a tarnish stain to what was considered the apex of anime when it comes down to sci-fi drama.
Well, and not only that, I believe the cast that played in the live action learned a very valuable lesson. You don't attack your fan base.
Yeah. I find something hilarious. John Cho's the only one that kind of said that maybe the anime should have been focused around the dog.
Well,
no,
look at
the actual show.
Look at how many adaptations John Cho's played in. He's learned.
Yes, he
has learned, and yes. I will respect him for that. He learned.
Oh yeah, no, I will look. As Spike, I will give him some credits. He did well. Unfortunately, because of his age and the martial arts that he's using for Spike didn't really fit because Spike is using Jeet Kune Do, which is Bruce Lee style. It's the way of the fist. Short, easy, fast strikes to end the fight as quickly as possible without using the most amount of contact. So it's speedy. Unfortunately, John Cho is slow, so the fight scenes were very clunky at best.
Well, if anything, and you can do this. It's called trickery of the camera. You can choreograph. I mean, you don't have to go full speed when you're doing those moves.
No, but you can also speed up the actual motion. That's what they should have done.
You can slow down your movements in a way.
Yes.
And once you slow them down way and you can move, you can then speed it up. And if you're good enough at doing that, you can make it look like it's Jackie Chan.
Yes, and that's what they failed on their end on the editing aspect. So there's a lot of mounting bullshit that's on top of this that it shows that whoever did this did not know exactly what they were doing. So they could have sped up some of the actual fight scenes. Unfortunately, that means they're going to reduce the amount of their runtime, so that means they're going to be able to stretch out something else. To the stretching of the runtime for the entire story to fill in whatever the gaps that they believe needed to be beaded properly. In some cases, weren't really needed. There was a reason why Cowboy Bebop was relatively 25 minutes of that. Or less. It's because all you're doing is hitting the actual story narratives and putting in some of the actual action sequence for that story narrative. You don't need to have a lot of a backstory on some of these characters. And it's the interaction of the main cast that was the primary focus outside of their hunt that they were going for.
Well, and technically, it was each episode was 2 times longer than the original episode was.
Yes,
I mean, technically, they almost went the full length of the entire show, and they still hit less points than the actual show.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Hey, Vlad.
Hey, Vlad.
Are we going for another 6-hour show?
No. No, we're not. He messaged me explicitly afterwards, says, I gotta hate now. It's like, I'm sorry. It's damn, you're here more than Pin. I might just have to put you in the title card. Re-Caffeinated with Sparky, Pooh, and friends.
Yeah.
Is it working now? Okay.
Yes, speaking.
Okay, so anyway, about Texas Kyle. I'm kidding. I don't want to talk about that ever.
Well, there has been more information that's come out now. It's not looking good for Chad.
Let's put it this
Yeah.
way: we're good. We're good. Like I said, wait and see. We're focusing on cowboy people.
I unironically, I'm actually 100% serious when I say this. Right after that, or not right after, like a few minutes later or whatever, had a fucking massive migraine afterwards and had to go to bed. And I'm 100% serious, and then it was bad.
Oh no, trust me. We went for a long haul, 4 hours worth of one topic.
6 hours.
Well, no, we started with a different topic, and then we latched onto the Kyle thing for about 4 hours.
It devolved.
So, yeah, I'm surprised that, because I got hungry. You got a headache. Sparky, I don't know what Sparky was doing, but...
Well, I know why I got the headache. It's actually... So, I didn't eat all day, nor up to that point, if I remember correctly. And yeah, what happens if I go without eating? Two things happen. I become a grumpy fuck, and I also end up with a massive headache.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's the body kind of going, yeah, you rejected food too long, so fuck you. Here it is.
I needed a Snickers.
Well, Snickers do anything to you?
It would have probably sedated him a bit. We probably would have not have gotten to the extra 6 hours.
I have like I have to admit it, I have a like almost a chocolate fetish. I'm obsessed with chocolate. Not like, I guess that would be a fetish, but whatever. So on Halloween one time, when I was in high school, I went to a party and they had a bowl full of candy, right? And it was for anybody who showed up, except nobody showed up. We were in the middle of fucking nowhere. Anyway, so what happened is I ate one of the Reese's out of the bowl, and then all the Reese's were gone. I ate one of the Kit Kats, and then all of a sudden, all the rest. So the point is like once I start eating chocolate, I can't stop unless it's all gone.
Yeah, I could see that.
All right. Well, actually, I got kind of a topic that we can diverge off to. So, lad, you survived the storms 2 days ago?
I did. You know what's amazing about those storms? It rained here for like 2 minutes and had like one bout of thunder and lightning for like another 2 minutes.
Well,
and that was it. That was all that happened.
I'll tell you right now. History was made 2 days ago. The storms that hit broke the record of the Tri-County tornado outbreak in 1925. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard they took out an Amazon warehouse.
It took out several places.
Yeah, it took out the Amazon warehouse, which just happened to be in the most prime location.
Yeah, I guess was very prime for Amazon.
Yeah, the tornado. The tornado came with 2-day shipping.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, this tornado, if I remember right, at one point it was two twin F5s.
Nice.
There's video of Reed Timmer.
That is actually insane.
Yeah, it does a video of Reed Timmer chasing these two tornadoes. He's in the middle. You look out one side, there's one F5. You look out the other side, there's another F5. And he was absolutely losing his shit.
I had a friend of mine that I knew for years. He used to tornado chase, like, for fun, and I think he's dead. He's just been off Facebook forever, and I'm kind of sad. I know he had liver cirrhosis because he was an alcoholic. That probably killed him. But
yeah,
he was like, yeah, I got cirrhosis of the liver now, and I guess I can't drink beer anymore. And everybody's like, cool. And then the same sentence. So I bought whiskey.
Oh, jeez.
That was like a year ago.
And, no, that'll speed that up pretty quick.
So I'm pretty sure he's dead. He also had herpes. Maybe that killed him.
The gifts that keep on giving.
It's I myself in storm chasing with the fire department and looking at it, I've never seen a storm system so perfect. I mean, it went for 200 and a solid F5 tornado on the ground. 2 of them, 250 miles. I've never seen that. I've heard of it. I've heard of it with the tri-state tornado outbreak, but that's the only time that's ever happened. So,
yeah, I didn't realize it was that extensive, but I to be fair, initial reports didn't really say much.
Initial reports in it wiped 20 towns off the face of the map.
That's crazy. I am so lucky that where I live, tornadoes just magically go the other way. It's actually really weird. Every single year, it's weird.
No. Now, I will say this much. I live next to 2 places. I walk in one place that got hit back in 2011. I can't remember the exact day. I think it was like May 23rd, 24th, I think, 2011. The Joplin tornado hit and took out 1/3 of Joplin. And that was actually considered the deadliest tornado for the longest time. This actually beats that. And there's another town, I believe it was like 2008, 2009, little town, Pitcher, Oklahoma. It's an old mining town. The town is already dilapidated. It was already going under because of the mining that took place, the chat piles everywhere. Just the U.S. government was trying to buy the town out to get people out of there. People refused, and tornado went through and took out every building in the town. So the government didn't have to do much after that. But it's usually when you see tornadoes hit, they might go through a town or two and it'll do some damage. It might wipe a town out, like it's done Moore, Oklahoma 3 different times. But never see one tornado take out level 20 towns. So I just hear it now. Climate change is gonna destroy this country. Climate change is like, look, I believe in 1925, climate change wasn't a problem and they had the exact same outbreak. Almost kind of the exact same path. So it just happened.
I don't know.
In fact, more people died.
I like my climate change argument the most. I don't care.
Yeah, same here.
Seriously, I'm mildly misanthropic. So my view is quite simple. If climate change is really real and should be taken seriously, the only solution, and I'm going to sound like somebody very specific I can't remember the name of right now. The only solution is to, leave, and to explore other areas of the galaxy and maybe expand our reach a little bit. Or if it's not to be taken that seriously, then there is no solution and we're all going to die on this tiny little speck of dust in the middle of the empty vastness of space.
You do NASA. No, NASA's trying to play pool with asteroids in space now, right?
It's just like I don't think people actually, I know it sounds surprising coming from me. Do you have any idea how many people I would massacre if I thought I could use their corpses for fuel to expand the reach of the human race as a whole?
Nice.
All of them?
As many as it took.
Many as it took, yes. No.
All right. So I wanted to talk about that because I actually didn't. I was so busy Friday and Saturday. I didn't even look at the phone. I didn't do anything, and I stopped by my way home to my mom's house to visit with them. And my mom came out. I was like, "Have you been watching the weather?" It's like, "No." And it's like, "Why?" It's like, "Because the record for the tri-state tornado outbreak just got broke." I'm like, "No, that can't be. That can't be." And she turned on the weather channel and started showing me stuff, and it's like, holy shit.
Hey, you know what? We should move to Mars where the storms are even far more worse.
No.
Jupiter. Yeah, we should go to Mars where it's
Jupiter.
Part of Jupiter.
No, you want to go to Jupiter. I agree. Or Venus. Perfect area. Venus,
Yeah,
Venus. You're not going to get a lot of criticism from Venus. That's for sure. So
now,
anybody who goes there, you're not going to get a lot of clapback. That's for sure.
Rogue, if you wanna
About
go
Mercury.
into this, I will let you go into this because I know you're sending me links about it. And Vlad might find some interest in this. I don't know if it will piss him off or if he'll be giddy to talk about it, or he might know about it. Who knows? But Rogue, I'll let. Oh, hey, Lindab.
Yeah, snuck in. What the hell you're up to?
Well, we were talking about the tornado outbreak the other day.
Yeah, it was very good stormy weather that you guys had down south.
We didn't have none. It all went north of us.
Yeah, we had it up here.
Well, still for me, anything south of where I'm at is still south.
Well, you got to tell me where you're at so I know whether you're correct or if you got your map upside down.
Canada, sir, ma'am. Vancouver, Canada.
Oh!
I live in Ohio. We got a couple of them through here.
He's very far north and very far west.
We don't tend to build our buildings out of toothpicks though, so we do fairly well.
Yeah, you live in Ohio, so
yeah, most of our buildings are either concrete or brick, and tend to do very well in tornadoes.
Yeah, no,
please wait.
Go.
Some of them buildings that went down in Mayfield, Kentucky, were brick and concrete. And wasn't Ohio the one that lost the bridge and a bunch of people on it?
Mm.
No, that bridge was already going long. It's been a bridge that bridge had been needed to repair.
Long and too far.
Yeah, it had been
bridge too far.
This was the bridge they talked about in Obama's 2008 or 2008. He said, we need to fix this bridge, and they never fucking fixed it. The bridge had literally been falling down. I lost a tire because of a pothole that was so big, and watched that tire roll along as I was like, oh, fuck. So that bridge was going. They just never bothered to repair, fix, or do anything to it, except watch it fall down.
Well, okay, but you've had several bridges go down. You had one in '67 called the Silver Bridge, collapsed, killing 46 in '67.
It's pretty much the same reason. Like Ohio is like my hometown. A guy had the base. Everybody bitched it. Ohio bridges are fun until they fall down. We don't do anything about it unless somebody gets on the internet. Like in my hometown, this guy got on the internet and said these bridges are fucking horrible, and they were. Like one of the steel girders had a hole, like about a foot radius hole on it in the girder, and we were still driving over. People were still driving over it on the main girder. And he was like, "These
down here."
And he was like, "These bridges need to be repaired, or they're gonna fucking fall in." And everybody bitched at him for pointing out that fact because it cost the town money.
We had two bridges down here, though, two wooden bridges. One was called Cornish Bridge. It finally got replaced.
Please say that the right way. Overhead trestle bridge.
Overhead. Well, it's still wooden. It's still made out of wood. But anyways, we had Cornish Bridge, and it got replaced with an actual bridge. And there's another one there's still another one that's
Stepford Bridge.
Yeah, the Stepford Bridge. And it's actually still in use. I'm actually surprised it's still up.
It was built better.
Well, what was it? There was a Class D bridge, two Class D bridges that go across this huge fucking valley, and where I'm not too far from right now, that were perfectly fine. It was just the way they were built were safety hazards, they say, because the way the rivets were in there, if they could pop out from extreme cold.
All right, let me tell you something. You want to get into bridge structural engineering, Linda?
No, not really.
You want to talk to.
But
I did build them for 20 freaking years, yes.
Yeah, I get it, but for some reason, like, we like to let ours fall down and then build new ones.
It's not but I was just contradicting what you were saying, that it's because they were building them out of toothpicks and all this stuff.
No,
I mean, let's get honest here.
Yeah,
it's the corporate elites that have downgraded our building materials and shit. We don't build houses to withstand because it's a disposable house. It's like your car. Sure. I could show you 57 Chevys and shit that are still running around this place, and show me a, I don't know, 2006 car that's worth anything.
Yeah,
Honda.
Oh, I can show you 2010 that's still running.
Of the the last 2000.
Lendem. We were actually talking about this 2-3 weeks ago about vehicle wrecks. You seen the car that ran into my truck? What did it look like?
It looked like a semi truck to the front end of it off, but you only had a dented bumper. But I know they built cars back long time ago to last, and now they build cars to dispose because they want you idiots running out there buying the brand new model of this fantastic Florian color.
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie about that. You're right. But no, I know cars were built to last back. You go long far enough, they'll last 50 years. They used to last 50 years. Now they'll last maybe 10 to 20 at most.
Actually, no less than that.
Probably less than that. Well, here's the thing. People don't take care of cars like they used to, though, either.
People don't know how to because they're pussies.
No.
Well, not just that, you also have to consider that a lot of the new cars that they have are electronics that require somebody with a certain degree of licensing to actually do so. For example, the Tesla. You have to have
they took it out
in order to use and repair those particular type models.
Yeah, they took it out of your hands. You can't work on them no more.
Correct.
Yeah, they didn't want you to because that was taken away from their bottom line of money of charging you to keep coming back to get that damn stupid light fixed.
What was it? In my car that I've had for almost 11 years, they were shocked when I told them, yeah, I need to get the transmission fluid changed. They're like, we don't do that unless you have proof that you've had it changed within 100,000 miles. And I was like, oh yeah, I got it changed here, like when it was at 100,500 miles. And they're like, oh. And they're like, oh my God, no one does that. No one gets their transmission fluid changed. Oh my God, this is like an extinct species coming back to life.
Time out. Technically, with like ruin oil and transmission oil, technically, if nothing's going wrong with the transmission on the rear end, technically that oil is designed not to even break down. So you can run that.
Well, you can say that with the old stuff. You can't say that with this new hybrid crap they got because it'll break down.
I know.
These 2010 cars don't have that. They use a different type of transmission oil or fluid that actually needs to be changed.
Dex Mach 3 is always the best fluid.
We're getting so far out of my expertise. I'm just like, yeah.
I only know a little bit. But I know a little bit about everything because of the military, thank goodness.
Look, at the end of the day, I may not know anything about cars and that, but I do know that with the new builds of anything, they're disposable products. So it doesn't matter whether it's a TV, a computer, a car, a radio, or whatever. A lot of them are not built to last past, say, about 5 years, if you're lucky, 10. Because again, they want you to buy the new thing, the next best thing. If you look at it,
I don't know if it's conspiratorial like that, or if it's more on the lines of it's just cheaper to use these cheaper parts. And
it's cheaper cars.
No, it's
called
cheaper parts.
Obsolescence. Something I can't remember.
Vlad's on a really good point. It's not. It is conspiratorial. Because that is the reason. It's cheaper to make a vehicle that you don't have to disassemble. If you can make everything all at once, say the body of a vehicle, it's cheaper to make it, but you can pay more money for it. So it's a win-win. It's quicker, it's easier for them to put together. They can use cheaper materials to put it together, but they can charge you 2 or 3 times more than what it would be for like the old style vehicles
maximum
and bodies.
profit.
Yeah, maximum
Yes,
profit.
and it's that's the conspiracy about it is it's maximum profit for you, well, not for you, for the company, and they make it to such a way for warranty, and they try to sell this warranty to people all the freaking time, and it's like I hear this all the time in my walk. It's like, well, it's got a warranty. It's like, yeah, it's got a warranty for this. It's like, well, what do you mean for just this only? It's like, say, the owner of a truck buys a vehicle. It'll come up a base warranty for the truck, a base warranty for the engine, and a base warranty for the after treatment system. The 3 different systems on the truck, and say, okay, I want to buy an extended warranty. So they buy a 500,000 5-year warranty for the engine, 5-year 500,000 warranty for the after treatment. Okay, I'm good for that. The truck, oh no, I'll be okay for the truck. They go through and okay, they start having after treatment issues. All right, well, it's covered underneath a warranty, yeah, except for how the engine and the after treatment communicate with each other is through the truck system, and usually 9 times out of 10, it's something on the truck side, so the warranty doesn't cover it.
It's called planned obsolescence.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just like this. It's like our pharmaceutical companies. If they would cure the cold and they cure cancer, they would work themselves out of business and they'd be irrelevant anymore. So they keep us sick. They doctor the least amount they can to keep you coming back for the bills.
Actually, good indication there. COVID, our current cases of COVID, and that though mild, though the new strain, the Omicron, however you want to call it, strain, is kicking around. There's a small amount of cases, and they're all mild. They don't want to put that out in the front as a lead because, again, then the pharmaceutical companies that have created these antivirals, when you have to question what is termed an antiviral nowadays, these people would be out of business. They would make very little profit of you not going to get a booster shot or multiple different boosters. They need this. They need
the they need that
money.
And, they need that. And what's really funny is that the stupid drugs that you would use to doctor a freaking animal with helps you get over it faster. Oh, who would ever thought that?
I know, eh?
Instead of paying $5,000 for a treatment, $9.95 to cure you up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing about the animal treatments, though, is there's the human version and then there's the animal version.
No,
you're full of it.
No. Time out. It's the same thing, and that's the problem. It's just marketed differently.
Yeah, that we have to concur on that.
Ivermectin is a horse dewormer. It is a horse dewormer. The problem is ivermectin is also an anti-inflammatory.
If you'd let me finish, I would have gotten into that. Jump on in there. It's fine.
Jam, we need a bad guy in the group. We're all good guys here. We need to.
I'm the bad guy, motherfucker.
Stop jumping in.
Penicillin is also anti whatever the fuck bacteria infection, anti-inflammatory for horses.
Yeah.
But
they call it combiotics, not penicillin.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. There's actually a few things different in the two. Not enough to make to where I couldn't take them, but they're better for the horse than they are for us in that case. Yeah. The concentration is also higher in those doses.
You don't use a whole tube of horse wormer on you. You go by weight.
Yes.
You have a little dab will do
Yeah, that's true too. But I'm just saying they're not exactly the same. But they do the exact same thing.
They are exactly the same. Wait. Since I owned horses, and since I have researched ivermectin was approved by the FDA for human uses back in 1975, before it ever was discovered that it made a good horse warmer. So, your aspect is that we're different from animals. We're not. We're in the same classification. No. We're all mammals. We give birth, live birth, and we nurse our young. We all get treated the same. Problem is people get fickled if you tell them that you're using something that you use on a hog or a horse.
Well, this is why bestiality is okay.
If you want to dress up as a furry unicorn, by all means do so, but keep it in your own closet.
Sparky, are you one
I
of the
bought my cat. It's mine.
I'm not saying they're not different enough to where humans can't take it. I'm just saying it's designed in a different way to work with horses better than humans. They are definitely different, but not completely. I mean, the marginal differences are probably like into the 1% to 2% differences.
Well, okay, so basically all you're trying to say is that there's physiological differences between humans and horses, and therefore you have to make higher concentrations for horses because their body works functionally different.
Yes, functionally, yes. Thank you. That is what I mean. But it also it's done in a different way for the horses to absorb it better than us. We have more a different cardiovascular system that has to push it through the system differently than our horses.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. As far as cellular-wise, we're not that much different.
We're actually pretty similar to pretty much all the species on mammal species.
We're actually closer to pigs.
I have 4 stomachs, man.
We're actually closer to the pigs.
That's
pigs
cows,
than
not horses.
I know that.
We're actually closer to...
He said other animals. So.
Yeah, all I gotta say is save a horse while the cowboy.
No, fuck that.
Sparky, since I got this great conversation going, I think I'm going to leave you to it.
Fuck you. You sit down. You started this shit.
I want to specify something real quick, though, that people are skipping over. And that is maybe, I don't know if it's because it should be it's better left unsaid or because it's that obvious. But ivermectin, much like penicillin and aspirin even, all started off as human drugs well before they were ever giving them to horses and shit.
I think I said that.
I didn't know if you did, or maybe I.
Yeah, I said ivermectin was FDA approved in '75, and then later used as a horse wormer.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, sorry, I had to be reminded. But also, it also won the Nobel Prize. So
also the FDA, not just the FDA, but also WHO pretty much sanctioned it to be used in Africa across the board for most of the AIDS treatments in that, and had a funny reaction years later on something called COVID-19 that the Western Front of Africa still is the lowest when it comes down to the amount of death versus the amount of contractors. When it comes down to South Africa, it's kind of funny.
Also got to understand
that it's still being used as an anti-parasitic for people coming over the border to this day.
Yeah, I know.
But wait. I don't know if it was Africa to use that on. Wasn't it India?
No, it was Africa first, then India.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Because they had a. This is again comes back down to your lovely Dr. Fauci.
Flip-flopping Fauci.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes.
Because of the factor of certain decisions made through that department on Fauci's end, the AIDS epidemic became a lot more larger than what it should have been, and crossed a lot of boundaries, including borders.
What's going to be funny is when you find out when it all gets unwound and the closet doors get opened up to find out Mr. Fauci is the reason why the AIDS epidemic went worldwide is because of all his experiments and all of his shit that he was doing under the table. Because he did some uncouth shit back then.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I want to buy the Dr. Fauci plushie.
Wait, there's a Dr.
You might get AIDS.
Motherfucker.
You might get
want to
AIDS
buy
from
it for my dad.
There's an actual plushie with Fauci.
Do you want to give your dad AIDS?
No, actually, seriously, I bought my grandmother once Obama toilet paper.
Okay,
it was pretty great. It had Obama on each sheet. I mean, the problem is though, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between wiped or not. But I mean,
No, you.
That's racist. Now you're going against Brown.
Because of that ink, you probably get more Obama on you than shit.
Yeah.
Talk about Obamacare. Jeez.
Wow.
That went to the toilet and hurt.
I love when people come on my show.
Are we live? Oh,
yes, we are.
No,
Okay.
we're not live. I just do this I just do this every Sunday for the hell of it.
Yeah, but
he just does it live, you know.
Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Holy shit! There is a Dr. Plushie, a Dr. Fauci plushie. Jesus.
Yeah,
there's a whole YouTube video on it, dude.
All I knew is that he had a Volta candle with him on it as being like dressed up like kind of like the Pope, and he was sitting behind his desk and when he was doing an interview, and I thought you could see the little fucker.
Oh, it's not that bad. No, you know what's even worse? In his documentary they did that I still need to watch. I keep forgetting.
I've seen it. It's not that great.
But he has that picture of himself, you know, or poster or whatever of himself, like in the documentary next to himself. And I'm just like, dude, like, I don't know. I mean,
that's definitely not a villain card. That's definitely not you would see somewhere like a tyrannical, you know.
Like, look, here's my view on it. All right. I can't say I wouldn't do the same, but the problem is I would do it as a joke where I feel like he's serious.
Yes, he did it because he was serious.
Well, when you question him, you're questioning science.
I am the science.
I'm the man of science. And I'm like, man, if you only realize how many times that I have seen scientists fail and fuck up.
Do you know
he is the joke of the scientific community.
Do you know when the fuck pops in my mind when I hear him say that? The truth! You can't handle the truth!
You know what I think is? I think I am the Senate. Like, that's what I could.
Oh yeah, no. From episode 3, he's like, I am the Senate.
Yes.
No. That's Pelosi's.
That's Pelosi. Yeah, that's Pelosi.
Well, she might actually become vice president one day. You never know.
Well, with Kamala stepping down supposedly in January, it's quite a possibility.
Dude,
well, you got Kamala. You got Kamala. Well, you got Biden and Kamala separating. You know, Biden's fucking avoiding Kamala and all that.
Wait. You guys seem knowledgeable. Did any of you all watch Bob Dole's funeral at the Capitol building?
Who cares?
Bob
no. Bob was a pretty good feller. He's the one that got Social Security through. But anyways, Kamala and her husband came in and sat down, and then they all stood up when the president came in. The thing that thinks he's president, anyways, or at least he thought he was. I don't know. But anyways, ask him the thing. But anyways, he comes in. He looks at the ceiling when he passes Kamala. Kamala looks at the damn floor when he passes, and I'm sitting there, okay. And it has him sitting right next to Kamala, right? And he whispers in Jill's ear, and the next thing you know, Jill steps forward, and Joe kind of slides behind her. Now, Jill's sitting by Kamala, and he's sitting in his chair. And I said, I just didn't fucking witness that. I rewind that tape and watched it 3 times. And
God.
You need to post that on the internet.
This is a high school breakup. Shit.
At least he was awake.
They couldn't even make it a year.
And listen to this. When he was reading the eulogy for Bob Doyle, when he got to the end, it said at the bottom of the paper, "The end." And he read it.
The end.
That's amazing. At least he stayed awake.
I'm surprised he didn't fall asleep during the speech.
Do you know? You know, Biden reminds me of the Mandarin from Iron Man 3.
Oh my god.
Oh, you mean the one the
first one? You mean
the actor? The actor that was supposed to be the Mandarin, but turned out
that
to be
was the first Iron Man.
No, that wasn't. That was Iron Man 3.
That was 3. That was.
God.
Iron Man 1 was with
No, you had the 10 Rings guys working for the 10 Rings. He wasn't the Mandarin. He was just part of the 10 Rings.
Yeah, he was.
He's just part of the 10 Rings. The first
I don't watch Iron Man. He's a snowflake.
Hey, you know what? He was man enough to play blackface on camera.
Yeah,
well, that's just fine and dandy. All I'm saying is, he's an elitist. He's a globalist, and he will sell your ass out for $1 more than what you're worth.
Yeah, but no.
All I got to say is Grace Kelly was the first Iron Man. He was the first Iron Man.
I was gonna say the first Iron Man was between Iron Man and one of his VPs in his company. The second one was against the Russian that His father.
You're right.
Yeah, his father and this
Russian
lady.
I just looked up the casting for Iron Man.
I'm a terrible person. I forgot the dude was in the first one.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The first Iron Man was an Australian, Grace Kelly, and it was an outlaw. So that's all you need to know.
But no, that's what Biden reminds me of. It's the actor playing the Mandarin. And you see him in the back, it's like, whoa. It's just somebody you didn't fucking expect as this fucking, evil fucking massacrist. And it's like, you're the Mandarin? Like, yeah, I played the part. That's what Biden is. Like, you're the president?
No.
Like, yeah, I played the part.
No, Biden is in Spaceballs, that little short little fucker with the Darth Vader helmet on. I mean,
no. Rick Moranis did good in that film.
He's more or less that president, that space president, that kind of thing.
Emperor Scrooge.
Yeah. Because at least the dark helmet was a little bit more evil than the rest of them.
Yeah, that's true.
Though he got a lot of shit done on him, because he was kind of the principal bad guy.
Do y'all find the irony in the simple fact that Bezos' rocket looks like Spaceballs' rocket?
No. Bezos' rocket looks like Dr. Evil's rocket in the first movie. No, the second was it first? No, the second movie. The second movie. And it looks like a giant slime.
Yes. Way.
And Bezos looks like Dr. Evil.
And
he reminds me of the one on Superman. What was his name?
Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
Pretty close. You could call him either or.
Almost, but he's not as
he's not as intelligent.
Yeah. Look, I actually approve of Jeff Bezos' little experiment. So I have this thing in my head where if anything inspires people to become re-admired with space exploration, I approve of it. It could be fucking Hitler himself resurrected from the dead trying to get people to go into space, and I would be like, fuck yeah. Like, I mean, I don't
No.
Are you trying to set a stage for Wolfenstein?
No. He is not dead. He is on the fucking moon.
Wait.
You know, Jeff Bezos is fucked up when you put some penis on his boxes.
He's not on the moon. He's not on the moon. He's on Venus.
Wait, guys. I mean, you actually got since you brought that up, yeah, you got to give Bezos credit, because what did he do? We watch NASA launch people that just orbit the Earth and everything. They got these heavy, bulky, freaking flight suits on with the big, giant ass helmet and these little air conditioning packages. And what does he send these people up in a little old flight suit, no helmet, no nothing? Get your ass in there. I'll take you up.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. He sent William Shatner to space.
I'm scared the living fucking shit out of Shatner too. If you watched him when he landed and got out of that thing and he got out, he couldn't hardly walk, he couldn't hardly talk, he didn't know whether to cry, shit his pants or poop both.
Well, what's really important though,
he's 90 years old.
Jap. Well, that's what's important. He pissed off the Jap guy. He got totally jelly.
Decay. George Decay.
Yeah, he just got so fucking mad.
No.
Yeah, Sulu. All right, you know what? Here's the thing. The only reason why William Shatner pissed Sulu off, George Takei, so fucking bad is because William Shatner boldly went where he couldn't go.
Pretty much.
Oh, come on, guys. Stop it. That feud between Captain Kirk and Sulu has been going on for 50 freaking years. I witnessed it firsthand when it started. And when William Shatner was asked about it, he said, I don't even know who the hell he is. Or he said, we come onto the stage at different times, we do different parts and all this stuff. And he said, I may see him once a day for 10 minutes. And that's it. He said, I don't know what his problem. Maybe he's not getting enough time in front of the camera. For all I know, I don't know.
He wasn't
I don't know
captain.
why.
That was the reason he wasn't captain. That's why they changed up in the movies. That's why he was the captain of the
Excelsior.
Excelsior.
The problem with the Sulu character, I hate to break it to everybody. Look, he was a bad driver. He always had the rear blinker on for some reason for a left-hand turn. I don't get it. I mean, it was just...
It couldn't have to do with anything that maybe he's Asian and he doesn't know how to drive.
Or he's on the wrong side of the road. No, I don't talk bad about Asians. There's some pretty good ones out there, just like there's some pretty good white people.
Yeah, there was a really good one the other day that took a bullet for a black guy. Oh wait, no, he was murdered. Sorry.
Damn.
Burn.
No, it was one of these things where I used to like, jokingly rant about Asians and how their culture annoys me, right? Because I hate everything about Asian culture, like the architecture, the food, their fucking language, all of it. All right. And yet I see all of this anti-Asian crime, right? And then I'm getting pissed off because I'm like, God damn it, you're forcing me to have to defend Asians now.
Isn't that a bitch?
Yeah, like it's like fuck, I don't want to defend anybody based on race at all, right? And it's fucked because I feel forced to have to not live in the 90s where nobody cared.
I kind of find it hilarious. We've got past that 90s, getting to the 2000s, and we went back to the race wars again. We had but maybe 20, maybe 30 years race war free, and then all of a sudden, boom, we're back.
Well, I think it's funny. I actually absolutely think it's funny because you guys are just young pumpkins in here.
Yeah.
You didn't live through the first civil rights bullshit.
Well,
technically, we went out of our way to make sure. Wait, Sparks. We went out of our way to make sure that the blacks could drink at the water fountain, they could sit at the restaurant with us and everything. And then nowadays, I scratch my head going, we went through all that bullshit back in the 60s and got it settled, guys. Now you guys want to segregate yourself from us? Why in the fuck did we do that back in the 60s if you finally decide you want by yourself?
I mean what I'm about to say is a compliment, all right? So don't take it the wrong way. But that is almost like word for word what my grandma said my entire childhood.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I was proud of the 70s.
Let me put this up there real quick. Like in the 60s, back like when history repeats itself, just like how I was pooping back then in my pants, and how I'm pooping in my pants now. Sometimes.
Oh my god!
Thank you for all that, Dave.
Well, history repeats itself, and somehow you got to bring it back. So hey.
No, if you eat properly, you do shit.
I can't remember how old you are, Jim. I can't remember how old.
I've never told you. There's no reason for that.
Well, because he's not as old as you think he is.
I'm creeping to that thing called the 50s.
I'm 63.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not the oldest person in the room, but I'm not
the youngest.
Yeah,
oh my god, a modest male. That's a first in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I am. I don't like being old. But
I'm modest. I bet you don't tell your weight, and you don't tell your. Oh
no, I'm 300 pounds. So I'm 300 pounds.
Yeah,
I'm 300 pounds.
I think I'm probably the youngest one in here. Actually, I think Sparky is even older than me.
Yeah,
I don't know how old are you, and I'll tell you.
Yeah,
I'm the youth of the future.
Great.
How old is that?
Yeah.
I'm 32.
You're 1 year behind, Sparky.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the youth.
You're the youth of the group.
You're the youth of the future.
If you want to go youngest,
is the future.
Yeah, if you want to go youngest to oldest, it's going to be Vlad, myself, Jim, Rogue, and Lindeb.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Well, the old dogs have got to teach the new dogs how to sit properly on the damn porch and not to shit in their own nest.
At least a couple of years.
Yeah.
You're the one taught Chance how to walk, so I don't want
to. Sparky is the only person I know who could buy this he didn't buy it. It was given to him. This boxer, this big beefy looking dog, and he barks like a chihuahua. And I'm like, oh my God. And I said, you got to teach that dog how to bark. And Sparky looks at me like, what? And I said, forget it, I will. So every time he let the dog out when he was staying here next door to me, and I'd see the dog out, I'd go on the back porch and I'd sit there and howl at him, bark at him. And he finally got that damn dog to where he sounds like a boxer instead of a chihuahua.
Congrats.
Congrats, Sparky. You now get woken up at night.
Actually, no, he's pretty good. The only time he really barks is whenever both me and Captain Hook are in the house, and they
get a knock on the door and somebody hits delivering.
Oh, no! It doesn't have to be a knock on the door. Our security system, it will alert us if somebody's on the driveway or somebody's coming up to the front door, and he knows that fucking side of the system. And whenever it goes out, he automatically goes up and is pounce and poised at that fucking door, getting ready to attack anyone who comes in it,
or lick them.
That too.
And the dog is big enough that even if he just jumps on your shoulders to lick your face, you're on the floor.
She knows that firsthand.
Yeah, that dog has knocked me on my ass more times than I can count.
And feed them.
I'm 5'2", and when he puts his paws on my shoulder, he's about half a head taller than I am.
Oh, then he's a good dance partner then.
Yeah, problem is he can't hardly go left very well.
Yeah.
Well, and also the problem is the sheep thought she killed him one day.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, wow. That's a story we have to learn one of these days.
Well, the deal is boxers have a bad problem with allergies.
Uh-huh.
And their nose gets dry and cracked, and their nose gets warm to the touch, and then they can't breathe. And he was slobbering all over the place because he couldn't breathe. Going, I said, "Man, you got allergies." And he's like, "I'll fix you right up." So I went to the bathroom and got a Benadryl, and I fed it. When I took a dog to a vet one time, he said he's got allergies. Fed him a Benadryl. He said it won't hurt him. So, anyways, I gave the dog a Benadryl. Only problem is I forgot it makes him sleepy. So this dog just, all of a sudden he's looking at me and he's breathing better. And then all of a sudden he looks at me and then he just flops to the left down on the couch, just like everything gave out. And I thought, fuck, I killed the
dog. That's a story. That is definitely a story.
That is a good story. I love that one.
But that dog for a month didn't have any trouble breathing. His slobbering stopped. His nose was moist and cool to the touch, which was what you wanted. And I'm like, well, I'll be down.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do it. But Benadryl, they'll knock you on the ass pretty quick.
Yeah, so it's like I told my son when he gets that way, give him Benadryl, but the deal, break it in half.
Yeah. And we'll do that like every other week. He's getting to the point of, it's not his nose anymore, it's his paws, and he'll sit there and he'll chew on his feet and his paws because the pollen and shit on the grass in the yard. And
no, he's getting deep poisoning.
Okay.
Take you some Vaseline and rub it on his paws.
You can't keep Vaseline on his fucking paws. We can keep Bengay on either my arm or Captain Hook's back about the little shit coming up trying to let the stuff off. And it's real fucking hilarious come up because he's done it so many times. Like, you ought to learn this by now. I have it on my fucking arm and he'll come up and he'll lick it. He'll lick it 2 times and he'll just make this fucking lug and just start, flipping its sun out. I was like, oh God, that's bad. It comes up and looks at it more and it's like, you dumb little shit.
What you do is you get them some booties, put the Vaseline on.
Oh fuck no! Don't do that. That is hilarious.
No. It's like watching a cat that you tied fucking paper bags to its feet. That's how Chance walks around if you put socks on him.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, actually, what I was going to tell you is you take the Vaseline and you rub it in. You just rub it until it gets into his skin and stuff. Then if he licks it off, so what? It's still got penetrated into the skin. and it protects their paws. Or you just go to the Tractor Supply and you go back there and you get you some stuff that's for dew poison, squirt it on his feet.
What are the chances of that?
Chances of what?
That was a pun.
Yes. Chances of yes. I was about to go boo.
What are the chances of that? That's
boo.
Well, that's the reason why we named him Chance. His name was Enzo.
Okay, yeah, Chance is a better name.
End zone?
Enzo. Not end zone, Enzo.
I thought you said Emilio.
No, Enzo. E-N-Z-O. And that was the name that my niece gave to him because he used to be owned by Captain Hook's sister. And she bought him the same time she gave birth to my youngest niece. And he was just fine. I mean, they bought him as a little puppy, and it was just fine. Well, whenever she got 2 to 3 months, Chance exponentially grew about 5 times the size of what they got him. They wasn't expecting him to be that big. He's bigger than the mom and the dad and any of the pups that's in his litter. He's about...
So basically you're saying he's a giant.
Yeah, he is. And we don't know why. And he is very hyperactive, and the problem that they had was he kept knocking Kinsley, the first niece down, the oldest niece. He kept knocking her down, and they didn't want to take a chance of him knocking the youngest one, since she was like 2 or 3 months old, down. So it was December 15th, 2016, 2017, I can't remember exactly. It's between one of those 2 dates. But they called us up. It's like, okay, we got a Christmas present for you guys if you want one, since, me and Captain Hunt just started living together. And it's like, we got you a dog. Well, we didn't get you a dog. We got to get rid of this dog because it's too old. or we're going to give him to the animal shelter. And it's like, I really don't want to see you guys give this dog to the animal shelter because I know exactly what happens. They don't find a home for him within a month or 2. It gets put down. It's like, I didn't want to see that. So I was like, yeah, we'll go ahead and take the dog. And it was growing pains for like 3 months trying to get him retrained because they didn't really train him. So it was a pain in the ass for 3 months. And it got to the point I was like, we can't keep this dog. He just won't listen. He won't do anything. He, just a giant pain in the ass. And after about 4 or 5 months, he finally started settling down. He started listening, and yeah, he's became part of the family ever since.
I mean, you do have to realize he was a young pup, and as they get older, they do mature.
Yeah, no.
No, you got to understand. Sparky's size, the dog was just fine. He could control him. But his poor fiance is short and small like me and fragile. And when she tried to take the dog out, it was like the dog took her out, and
Chance literally drug her through the backyard for about a good 15, 20 feet before she finally let go of the damn leash.
No, makes sense. No, there is a way to train it for a smaller statured person to have control over a larger canine.
Choker chain.
That works. That's usually the best way of doing it to help them rear their forward lunges.
Well, this is the deal. I didn't like the dog. Never petted the dog.
If
the dog come near me, I'd smack the living shit out of him. I'd tell him to go away in a very hateful voice.
Yeah.
But if the dog got away from Sparky or his fiance, they'd be knocking on my door. Can you get Chance for us? And I'd go on the back porch and I'd say, Chance! And the damn dog would look at me and come running right to me.
Of course.
I'm more of a cat person.
Well, see, the thing with Chance is, it's when we got away from us, it's, okay, this is time to play. And he played keep away. And that's the way it was for me me and Captain Hook. Whenever she walked on the back porch, oh, new person, go over there and see what's up.
So you're saying every time that she went on the back porch, she was taking a chance?
Yeah.
That didn't quite work, but good try.
Kinda was almost better than the first one.
My jokes are horrible by design.
Bob Hope would be proud.
Yeah, but too bad he's just a daisy at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, we couldn't keep Hope alive anymore.
Yeah, I think he's beyond that now.
If we could keep Hope alive.
I said we couldn't keep Hope alive, and that's why we got the problems we have now.
That was a good one.
And the thing is, she also got really acquainted with Chance whenever my place flooded, so.
Uh-huh.
And that was when the incident of the Benadryl happened.
Yes.
Well, at least he didn't bug you anymore.
No, he was out like a light. And I was sitting there going, how am I going to explain this to Sparky?
I don't know what happened. He was just drooling, having trouble breathing. Just do what you did when he was a kid and his goldfish died.
My sister got a pit bull as a puppy, and then this dog is an absolute dumbass. By the way, he was a runt of the litter of pit bulls, and anyway, when he was a puppy, like relatively fresh off the tit, I filled a half a bowl with vodka. And I gave it to the dog, and he actually drank it, the puppy. And it was the most hilarious thing on the planet. He couldn't walk. We get him on the bed, and he realized he had to pee later on. He fucking jumps off the bed, and then fucking just falls belly first. His feet just buckle out from under him, and then he pees. And the bed wasn't that high off the ground, by the way. It was like barely that high. It was great. I'm a horrible.
Well, you laugh at the dog now, but the dog has laughed at you many times when he's seen you in the same condition. But you don't know it.
Hold on. The dog chews rebar. He has no teeth left. It's a stupid mutt. Like I'm not even joking. He's been hit by like 3 cars and miraculously survived. Has been shot. Chews rebar. And this dog is the dumbest thing I've ever seen, which actually makes him kind of funny.
Oh, wait. What's Penn at? Oh, man.
They should have named a dog Twitter.
All right. I hope Penn is in the chat for this.
I don't
see him.
She left. She said hi and then disappeared.
Well, I'll time mark this. Actually, no, Winslow's in the chat. Winslow, you can clip this and send it to her.
Yeah.
Since Vlad's a cat person, Lindab, why don't you tell the story, the reason why you're not a cat person? And
which one?
The rooster incident.
Oh dear God, there's a rooster involved.
I know how this is gonna end.
All right, time out. Vlad, how's this guy end?
A dead cat?
No.
I thought it'd be a little awkward, but how is this going to do?
A rooster couldn't crow worth a shit. He was about 3 octaves off. It was annoying as crap. And instead of crowing at the break of dawn, he'd crow at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning, right outside my window, and it'd wake me up. And I thought, and I'd lay there, and I'd say, one of these days I'm going to kill that son of a bitch. Anyways, one day I was standing at the door with my .22 rifle, and here comes the rooster walking by, just like he was the owner of the backyard. And I thought, oh, today is your lucky day, son. You're going to meet your maker. And so I eased the gun up, aimed at him. And when I pulled the trigger about that time, the cat comes scooting across there. The rooster jumps, so I missed the rooster, but I shot the cat's tail off.
Oh, poor catty.
But the moral of the story is I could walk outside my house anytime without a gun, point my finger at that rooster and go bang, and he'd jump.
Yeah,
and you would think she would learn at that point in time that chickens or roosters. Roosters in particular are not a good idea. Oh God. And I'll let you tell
Me learn. You're the idiot that brought the damn.
I was in kindergarten. Shut up. All right, no. I'll let tell the story, but I'm gonna give a puppet background. We hatched chickens. And they were game roosters that we hatched at kindergarten, and they gave each one of the kids one of the little chicks that got hatched. That's the background of the story. I'll let Linda tell the rest.
But what the teacher didn't explain to the kids was game roosters are the meanest pieces of crap God ever created. And every time my mother, his grandmother, was living with us, and every time she went out to feed and water this rooster, he'd attack her. Every time Sparky'd go out to feed and water the rooster, he would attack him.
Damn.
And then I'd come home from work and I'd have to listen to the story about how and look at the scratches on their arms and stuff. And Sparky got a scratch on his face, and it's like, I got to do something with that rooster, because if I don't, one of them's going to get hurt really bad, because he's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and meaner and meaner and meaner and all this stuff. So I went out and I was forced to feed and water the rooster, because they wouldn't. I said, well, that would be good. And the damn thing had starved to death. But then they get to griping, oh, it hasn't had water in a few days. I don't care. And anyways, so I opened up the pen to water and feed him, and he made the fatal mistake of attacking me. And me and this rooster got in a full-blown dog-eat-dog battle. And I had a riding crop in my back pocket just in case. I pulled that sucker out. I swear, guys, and I built bridges for a living. It's not like I'm a little sissified little girl. It looked like I was a muscle builder because of all the carrying steel and stuff. And I was taking this crop and doing a full foot baseball swing, bat swing, hitting this rooster directly in the head, had him all beat up and bloody, and he was still trying to attack me. And I'm going, Jesus Christ. Anyways, he got out of the cage, and he finally had enough, and he run off. And I thought, well, good. So I closed the door where he couldn't get back in his cage, and I thought, it's better him out there running wild than us having to deal with it. And maybe he'll get run over by a car or something. But anyways, my neighbor says, is this your rooster? And I said, well, it was, but you can have it if you want. He said, good. It's a game rooster. He said, it's good for fighting. I said, yeah, he's a pretty damn awesome fighter. He took me on. And he just kind of looked at me. I said, long story. But anyways, he would have rooster fights over there, and he called him Rojo. And he every once in a while, he's kind of like,
and time out. Before you continue on, unironically, when we got the rooster, I named him Rocky. I did not know how that was going to go.
But anyways, I'd meet with the neighbor every once in a while. I'd see him out, or he'd see me out, and he'd holler and wave. And he said, I said, well, how's your rooster doing? And he said, that's something that's making me some money. And I said, well, good. I said, just don't let him come back on my property, because I'll shoot his ass.
God damn.
I thought we gave him to Dad's brother.
Not brother, brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law.
Well, when Lloyd passed away, the damn rooster came back. And so I went out there, and he attacked me, and I opened up the cage and put some water and food in there, because I knew that my husband's brother-in-law was coming down, and he had game hens. And I told him I had the rooster, and he came down and got the rooster and took it back.
You forgot something between that one. The rooster did come back. We had a what was it? We had an outside dog. We had an outside dog. It was a Cocker Spaniel. His name was Dusty, and he was the meanest fucker alive. You go outside and you give him food and water, he attacked you. And if you came up anywhere near his little tree that he was tied up to, he'd fucking growl at you. He'd come out. He was a mean motherfucker.
He just didn't like you.
I don't know. I remember this dog as a mean motherfucker. And
you gotta wait. You gotta understand. He was a fairly. He wasn't a puppy when we got him. Cocker Spaniels are world renowned when they get to the age of 10 to 15 years old. They get mean because they get arthritis so bad in their joints that any movement they do hurts them. If you pet them too hard, it hurts. And so it's like they say, let a dog lie. That's what they meant, because when a dog gets certain age and they're hurting, they're going to snap at the first person that comes near them.
But this rooster got out again, and again it's like just let him get run over or whatever like that. Anyways, we heard yelping, and he's like, "What the fuck is that?" We went outside. This Cocker Spaniel was on top of his fucking doghouse looking at this chicken. This chicken was doing circles around his doghouse.
The rooster had done whipped the dog once or twice.
And the dog was on top of his fucking doghouse, whining and yelping. This rooster was sitting there just walking around the fucking doghouse like, "Yeah, come back down here, motherfucker."
Yeah, so I don't know. When it comes to pets, the best pet I ever had wasn't a cat or dog. It was a donkey. He was my best friend growing up. So, but yeah, like I was the only one of two people. It was only me and my father that he'd actually let in the pen and not kick. And we'd go out there and brush his coat or whatever and all that shit,
Jesus
right?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, dude, like it was awesome. And then me and the donkey
don't bring up donkey and kick. That brings up bad memories for me.
Are we talking about the donkey show now?
Oh, okay, yeah, I thought that's where Sparky was going with that. I'm like, I wasn't gonna say that. What the fuck?
I thought that's where you were going.
No. It's another story for Animal and me, but
yeah,
it wasn't a donkey.
Animals do not do very well, Sparky.
No, it wasn't a donkey.
But me and the donkey used to what he liked to do is I guess test you or whatever, and he'd shove his head in my shoulder and he'd try to push me over, and then I would push him back, and we do this kind of, I guess, almost tug of war kind of thing for a minute, and push at each other, and then as soon as he, I guess, was satisfied with that, he'd turn around and want me to scratch his ass. And I could stand there comfortably knowing that he wasn't going to kick me in the shin at any point. So, yeah,
because he already figured out he owned your ass. You're his slave. Scratch that ass. Yeah, to the left, you idiot.
I was, but I was my best buddy was Donkey, so which makes sense because I'm a jackass. So,
but to finish the story off, finally, my dad's brother-in-law came down and. Yeah, you take this chicken, because he had a bunch of other chickens and it's like, oh yeah, we can, I guess he was going to use them for breeding or something like that. And he didn't even have them a week. And this rooster fucking attacked him. And it's like, yep, that's the one and only time. He went back inside, he got a fucking shotgun, and he came back out of that cage. That chicken made lunch for him, and the only thing that was left after that was feathers.
No, he didn't shoot him with a shotgun. He grabbed him by the neck, kicked him out, and took an axe to his head, and then they had chicken and dumplings that night.
Yeah, but yeah, it just sounds like Sparky's real life was basically that of Link.
Oh man, no. So on the subject that my mom had horses. Well, my mom and dad both had a horse. Bronx and Copper. Copper was your horse, and I believe Bronx was Dad's horse, right?
Copper was a Mustang, yes.
Yes. You cannot ride this Mustang.
I did.
They don't. Time out. How many breakers did you send this horse to, and they came back? It's like, yeah, we can't break them.
3 or 4.
They literally gave up and trying to break this horse. Anyways, he had a little bit of a wild side to him. anyways, and
I rode them, but the only problem was when you rode them, you didn't know if you're going to stay very long or if you're just passing through.
Anyways, me and one of my friends from school, I think it was like 10 or 11.
Crystal and her brother and Amanda.
Yeah, we were all outside playing football. And I can't remember who threw the football, but it ended up into the horse pen, so I decided I was going to climb in and get the football, and I never had any issues with these horses. I didn't get
That's
close
where
to
common
them.
sense left you that day, because everybody knows that you don't walk behind a horse.
I was 10, so you can't say common sense.
But anyways, I bet you learned that day, though.
Wait, you were 10 when what? I missed a part.
Walk behind the horse.
All right.
Okay, no, that is common sense. I didn't have to be a 10-year-old to know, or older than 10 to know, like, this giant thing will break my face. I mean, come on.
Well, no, here's the deal. He crawled through the fence. The football was about 3 foot behind the horse. He walks over, gets the ball, gets ready to throw it. About the time he gets ready to throw the football, the horse football kicks him right in the hip and sends him flying.
Oof. How long was he down for after that?
He was down for about 3 or 4 minutes, and then he wanted to cry, but he didn't cry. All you could see was tears in his eyes, his mouth wide open, and his hand holding his hip, and looking at me. And I go bailing off the porch and over the fence to him, and looking at him, and I said, felt, tried to make sure his leg wasn't broke. I said, move your foot. He moved it, and I said, bend your knee, bend it, and I said, okay, you're not broke, so we're going to get up and go to the house and see what damage that Bronk did. Anyways, we went to the house, and he pulled his drawers down, and he had a perfect horseshoe right on the meaty part of right below your hip in the meaty part. He had perfect horseshoe print.
Nice.
I still have that score, too.
Yeah, that
is a gift that keeps on giving.
That's going to hurt
I'm afraid of horses.
I love horses. Horses are the greatest thing ever.
I don't know I'm not afraid of that one donkey I had, but I don't know. I have a problem with horses. I feel like they'll break my face.
Yeah. I had a shit ton of animals growing up. I had we had a Dalmatian, but he ran away. Then we got a Maltese.
He went to the fire department.
Well.
No, he went to the Budweiser wagon after playing with Sparky for a while.
We had a Maltese.
He's like, I need a drink.
I had a Maltese after that. I tormented the fuck out of this Maltese. But luckily,
you had a Basset Hound.
I don't remember the Basset Hound.
You don't remember the floppy-eared Basset Hound?
I don't remember.
Every time you turned around, he was pushing you down, and then he was tearing your pajamas, grabbing a hold, trying to get you to play with him, and then he'd reach up over this big old mouth and grab a hold of your pajamas, and then pull. And when he pulled, he just rip your pajamas.
We had the Maltese. We had four rabbits. We had the rooster. And
we had 2 roosters.
Yeah. We had a cow. Oh, well, it was a bull.
We had more than a cow, but okay.
Well, I was talking about Petey.
We had Petey, we had Maynard, but the problem was those were the only ones that we had here on this little acreage. There was a bunch more over at the other pasture.
I remember, I remember he had 20, 30 had?
Yeah, something like
that. We had 2 horses, and I don't remember anything else after that. And now, the only
some pigs.
I don't remember the pigs. That was over at over on the farm. So, oh no, I remember the pigs. Huey, Dewey, and Louie.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember the pigs now. Okay. Yeah, we had a bunch of fucking animals when I was growing up, so. Anyways,
and don't think, guys, it was easy. After Huey, Dewey, and Louie got old enough to be put in the freezer, they're trying to explain to Sparky where Huey, Dewey, and Louie went to while he's sitting there eating bacon.
That's why you don't name the pigs.
Right.
Or any animal.
Yeah.
I mean, as a kid,
never bothered me a bit.
No. Makes it easier if you don't name them.
And what you're supposed to do is you have the kid name them, and then you make the kid watch as you shoot them and gut them.
Life.
I was a little bit more humane than that. I waited for him to go to school, and then hauled him to the butcher shop.
Yeah. I'm sure that's ethical.
When it comes to putting animals down, I can't fucking do it.
Really?
No, I can't. Well, so the Maltese
what about Mercy?
Well, I mean, even then, it's just I just couldn't do it. The Maltese I had, he was 15, 16 years old?
Yeah, he was blind and he couldn't see.
He was blind and couldn't see and had arthritis. I mean, it wasn't for the fact that, it got to the point he was just hurting so bad. And I knew what had to be done. And this was like back 2009, 2010. I was still working at International at the time. And it was to the point
I got volunteers.
We couldn't give him a bath. We couldn't cut his hair. We couldn't clip his neck. We couldn't touch him or do anything. Hell, let him outside. Is like we had to gently pick him up and set him down outside because he couldn't get up and down the steps because he was blind and stuff like that. And it's like to the point. It's like I came to the decision. It's like we got to pull him down, and it's like we did. And it's like I can't fucking do it. And she got volunteered. It's like. I don't care when you do it.
You did not go Old Yeller?
No. It's like
Sparky.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, and it's like I told you, it's like I don't even want to know when you go do it. I don't even want to know what day is like just don't tell me about it, but he needs to
that's the day Lindell became a man.
Look, I don't know. That's kind of like this is sound really bad, but that's like my I guess shtick, I suppose. Like that was something I always had to do. So I don't know. Like, is it fun? I mean, no.
It's not.
I mean, but the thing is, it's like it just never. It didn't ever feel like something I ever had a choice in, if that makes any sense. So
and you got a point, stuff like that, and it's not like it's like I outright refused, and it's not like it's like no, we're not gonna put him down. It's like no, we're not gonna make. It's like I knew what had to be done. I just couldn't muster up the heart and strength to fucking do it.
But I did say, since I'm the one having to take him to get him put to sleep, there will be absolutely no more animals brought to the property.
And it wasn't until I owned a house.
It's hard to have a best friend put down. It really is. But
it is. And
you gotta do it. Unfortunately, I've learned that lesson a long time ago.
I don't. So like that's the thing. Like, and this sounds really bad, but I'm like morally opposed to actually taking the animal to the vet. I don't know. It feels more wrong than just me doing it myself. I mean, granted, I guess you could make the argument, why not have the vet come down, give you the syringe, or have you do it, or you take the vet there and you do it. But I don't know. I feel like if I was the one that was going to go out of my way to get the pet in the first place, I should be the one to finish it, I guess you would say. It just feels more correct.
The only thing I'll disagree with that is that when a vet does it, they don't feel nothing.
Correct.
I mean, they don't feel anything when I do it either. Like it's that they're out before they even hear the bang.
As far as you know.
No. I just like to take them to the vet because I have because I have had to put him down because it was on a weekend and the vets were closed and it was going to die and it was just suffering. And I messed up on the first shot and I was like, okay, well, we're just going to have the vet do this from now on because it was hard. It was a kitten that had been born retarded and it just never quite got around and it was just screaming towards the end of its life and already. So, but I just decided I'm never doing that again.
Well, guys, it's just like this. I can see right here that you guys have got a soft heart and everything as far as animals, but we're some cruel motherfuckers when it comes to our fellow human beings, aren't we?
Oh yeah, no, I will agree.
Trust me, I know. Trust me, I know. I've seen it.
If your grandmother or grandfather or mom and dad's got cancer and they're laying there in bed, they can't move, and they're in so much pain, you have to feed them morphine. We're selfish little bastards that we can't go ahead and do like we would if they were an animal and put them to sleep.
I actually
from experience.
I would if I could, and not worry about going to prison. So I mean, it's one of those things where I'm a huge advocate of mercy killing.
But, yeah, I agree.
You know, so whenever, but if it now, granted, I take that back. If, like, say, the person that you're in the hypothetical is suffering, and they can't actually make a decision on their own somehow, I mean, like, it would be more of that gets into more of a gray area. But yeah, if my grandmother, for example, looked me in the eyes and said, "I just want this over with," I'd do it. Without even a second thought.
Plug right beside that machine.
Grandmother couldn't do that, could she? She was. I can't remember. That's she
when it gets in hard territory. Yeah.
Well, I remember because
she was so far out on morphine she couldn't told you if it was day or night or winter, summer, fall.
That's rough.
Morphine fucking sucks. So yeah.
Well, here's a really good one: is that I was the one having to give her the morphine because she was on hospice. But I'm deathly allergic to morphine, so every time I gave her a course of morphine, I was almost could say close to committing suicide myself.
You're pretty close to offing yourself each time, yeah.
Lindab has so many word quirks. I'm surprised I'm as healthy and good as I am right now.
Yeah,
she's got a weird ass fucking blood type. She's allergic to morphine. She's allergic to Neosporin. She's allergic to aspirin. What was it?
No, not aspirin.
Not aspirin. What was it?
Any medicines that's made with opium.
Okay.
Pretty basically, she's within that generation that didn't have to go through what we did prior.
Oh fuck! The hospital's got to carry special. What was your blood type again?
ABRH negative.
Wow.
And don't none of you in here call me a Nephilim.
I was thinking it, but I didn't think anybody would get the joke.
No, I've heard a bunch. I was in this one Discord server and they were talking about Satan spawns, they have the ABRH negative blood. The Nephilim had the ABRH negative blood. Characteristics are they're tall, they have hazel eyes, and sometimes they have tails. And I looked at them and I said, y'all are fucking full of shit and spewing bullshit. You have no fucking clue what you're even fucking talking about. They were like, how? Eyes. I said, no, I don't. I have brown. But anyways, I said, y'all don't know what you're talking about. And I said, how dare you talk to us like that? And I said, well, I'll tell you how I dare. Is because my blood type is ABRH negative. I'm 5'2". I don't have no fucking tail. I got brown eyes. Now tell me. And that's another thing. You all spouting this bullshit in here. You don't know who else in here has ABRH negative blood, but I know there's 3 in here that do. And if we are Satan spawns, you fucking around and pissing us off is not a good idea. So if I was you all, I would shut the fuck up.
Well, Native Americans tend to have ABRH blood because they weren't around during the plague.
I am a Native American Cherokee.
I thought that was.
He is, but I didn't.
You don't even know what your mother is. Jesus fucking Christ, Sparky.
She's all right, no, time out.
No, let me finish this real quick before
Was it? She can't prove it?
I have proved it. It's just I haven't gone down there to stand in line for 5 hours to fill out the fucking paperwork.
I couldn't remember what it was.
But most Native Americans, because they avoided the plagues because they were over here during that time. So that's why that is. Because that type was susceptible to the bubonic plague back in the day. That's why most Europeans don't have it, is because it tended to kill them off more often.
Oh man, bubonic plague. Oh god,
bubonic plague. It killed every blood type.
Well, it killed a lot of blood, but some were more acceptable to it than others.
The only reason why I say that is because one of her bridge building stories. That's the only reason why I say that.
Well, they didn't know if it was bubonic plague or the black fever or the yellow fever. And what he's talking about is a job I did up in Missouri, and one of our dozer operators dug into a burial mound of a native Indian tribe. And in that area, luckily not that one, but close by, they died from the fever, a plague of some type. And they quarantined our asses for 90 days.
Nathan, sorry. We all got quarantined here recently, so.
I think
you guys may have, but I didn't.
I thought it was funny. I would go into a but the thing is, I'd go into a store. They're like, "Master," I'm like, "Nah, I'm good." And they like, then they'd look at me in the cane and like, "Well, go ahead."
Yeah, I'd walk in the store and they'd say, and they'd hand me a mask, and I said, "What? Am I shopping for groceries or robbing the place?"
Yeah.
Both.
I said, if I'm robbing it, I need to go home and get a few items and be back in a little bit.
Yeah.
And they just look at me and I said, it's a joke. Don't get paranoid. It's a joke. And I said, I don't need your mask. Because I just said, I don't know about you guys. Have you looked at your birth certificate lately? And they said, no, why? And I said, there's nothing on there that says you're going to live fucking forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's true.
Golden poop lives forever. Thank you very much. All right.
Golden poop, you say, lives forever?
Yes.
Yes, he's trying to refer to himself.
Yeah.
A couple things try to kill him.
It was a shit comment. It's still a shit stain, so it's all good.
Yes.
What was it you had a while back? What was that? Pulmonary embolism?
Yeah, I have pulmonary embolism, deep vein thrombosis, carbon monoxide poisoning, whatever. Who cares? All right, like fucking. I've survived car accidents. It's fine.
Well, that don't mean nothing. Everybody else has too. I've survived 3 of them. I've survived carbon monoxide poisoning in a travel trailer.
Dude, it fucking sucks, doesn't it? It's horrible.
The only thing I got was a fucking severe headache and a sore throat, and I was over it the next day.
I was in the hospital because, I was in a crevice working. This crazy guy thought there was gold in a crevice and was paying me $10 an hour to dig it out. So whatever, right?
Okay.
Anyway, it's long story short. Anyway, so he put a trash it's like basically it's this machine that it works kind of like whatever, it sucks water out of things. I can't remember what the fuck not trash compactor. I can't remember. Trash pump. Whatever.
Wait. It's a water pump, and it's a submersible water pump. You put it in it pumps the water out.
Yeah, it's gas operated. So anyway, I was in a pocket, and the idiot had it put down there on a winch, and he had it turned the wrong way. So the exhaust was pumping directly into the little pocket I was digging in. And then I just inhaled all the exhaust. And we're talking within like less than a couple feet from the back of my head, blowing this thing, and so I came out of that all fucked up and ended up having to go to the hospital. It was pretty fun. So I hated it. Now, they actually said, had I had just went home and like opened a window and shoved my head out the window, that I probably wouldn't have made it, especially if I had kept smoking throughout that. But, I either way, it sucked. But the problem is, like, I never thought carbon monoxide poisoning was that big of a deal. It just sounds kind of like a joke, right? And then I go over to the hospital and like I have carbon monoxide poisoning, and they immediately take me out back, and I'm like, what the fuck? I don't have to wait. Damn.
Yeah, no, that's one of those things that it poisons the bloodstream.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I laid down. I went to sleep about 5 p.m. in my travel trailer. It was the middle of wintertime, and I had the heater on it. And the heat chamber had a crack in it. It was leaking the carbon monoxide into the house or into the travel trailer. And I woke up probably about 2 a.m. So there's one of your little grandma's wise tales that's not true, where you go to sleep and you never wake up, because I woke up with an ungodly fucking headache and a sore throat from hell, and turned the heater off because I thought because you could smell it once you woke up. Turned the heater and stuff off and opened up the windows and aired the house out and everything. I had a headache. I didn't feel very good the next day, but I didn't go to the fucking hospital, and I didn't have no effects left after it once I got the shit aired out.
Yeah, they put me on oxygen for a few hours.
That's and that's protocol, and that's just what they do for stuff like that.
Yeah, but it was actually really high. But they said back in the day, before like that, like the guy that came in was some like expert on that shit, right? And he said back when he was growing up, he had the same thing happen to him, and the doctor just told him to go home and sleep in front of the window with the window open, and he'll be fine.
I guess he was, because he's doctoring your ass, wasn't he?
Right. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, like, but the thing is, though, is like, yeah, like I still stand by the "I'll live forever" thing.
Yeah, Linda was trying to got several times. Diving accidents, hit with.
No, I didn't have no diving. Well, I guess I did too.
You had a diving accident. I can't remember what it was, but
it wasn't an accident. It was because your favorite friend, who I had built bridges with, I showed him my gauge and told him I was low on air and wouldn't be able to stay down the length of time he was, because he just came down after I'd been down there for about 15, 20 minutes. And he says, okay, Barnes. But anyways, I tapped him on the shoulder and I showed him my gauge and I said, gave him the sign that I'm about out. He gave me a thumbs up. Okay. And I thought, well, you idiot. Anyways, I continued to work, and all of a sudden I tried to take the next breath, and it was like, and I slapped him as hard as I could underwater on the shoulder, and he looked at me, and I went like this, showed him my gauge, and I went, wave bye-bye. And it came up towards the surface, and just eased up, I didn't, because I was about 35, 40 foot down, so I eased up towards the surface, letting my bubbles be ahead of me, and broke the surface, yanked the regulator out of my mouth, and just went like that, and then swam to the barge and crawled up on the barge and took the tank off, and everybody's like, what happened? And I said, the asshole down here kept working, I run out of air.
But yeah, diving accidents, getting hit with wrecking balls, getting knocked off of platforms by a swinging fucking air compressor, several other things.
That was on the ground.
I thought you were up on a platform or something.
No, that was on the ground.
I've never gone as hard as bad as she has.
Well, I mean that is the times.
And not only that, that's because the job. I mean, back when I started building bridges in the late 70s, early 80s, a regular bridge worker only made it to about 45.
How did you told me a story about how you got hired on with the bridge building company you were walking on? What was it? What? I can't remember. It had something to do with fucking septic tank.
No, that was a dirt crew.
Dirt crew.
When I was building bridges, when I started working in bridges, so here's a real simple economic story. In the area I live, I had three choices, I guess. I could go waste my time at college and go work, make $8-9 an hour, and have to pay college tuition and stuff. Or I could work in a restaurant and make, back then it would have been about $1.85 an hour plus tips. Or I could join in and build road constructions and make $13 an hour starting off. no college tuition to pay back, no nothing. And so I went for the latter. So I went and hired on with the dirt crew, and it was really wonderful, except when it rained or snowed or something, and you couldn't work for 2 or 3 weeks. And I'd come to work, and they say it's too wet. You can go home. And I'd look over there, and I'd see the bridge crew, and they'd be over there working. And I thought, damn, I need to get on the bridge crew because they don't miss no days. So I went over there and talked to them, and they said, well, this is awful hard work. And Barnes, the one that I was diving with years later, he was telling me, oh, it's awful hard work for a female, a woman. He said, I don't know. And I said, I'll tell you what. I said, I'll give me a week. Let me work for you a week. If I can't prove myself in a week to be capable of doing the job, I'll stay with the dirt crew, and you won't owe me for that week's work. And he said, let me think about it. And I said, okay. And so next morning I came to work, and it's the same story. You'll have to go home. It's too wet. And I walked over there to where he was, and I said, have you thought about it? And he said, I have. And I said, your decision? He said, I made you a list of stuff you're going to have an L apron, pliers, and stuff like that. He said, you get it. Be here at 6 a.m. in the morning, and we'll see just how damn good you are. And I stuck with him and worked for him for the next 20 years.
That's usually how it used to be.
Yeah. And
sure you were.
Well, and another thing is, like, you'll hear me say this all the time, like with my job, stuff like that. One of the key things, make yourself invaluable. And yeah. I learned that from her.
No. Yeah. I hate no, I tried that once, and then
you're working at a nursing home.
No, it wasn't a nursing home. It was a residential care facility, mostly for retards and former drug addicts. But the point is that no, the problem with that was I then received 100% of all the blame for everything that happened, which is where the problem lied.
It depends on what field you're in. The military, never make yourself indispensable because your life's gonna suck.
Well, Health is just no. Like I would say the same logic applies to health. So
I could see that. I could honestly
is because like I was also the guy everybody called when they didn't want to work. And to be fair, like I was fine with it for like the first most part of the year. You know, I was taking at one point I worked like fucking 7 days in a row just because nobody wanted to work, and I was okay with it.
Stop the crying.
I'm not crying.
God.
I'm not crying.
What God.
What I'm
Do you know, while building bridges, there was times there I worked 12 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, 3 to 4 to 5 months running without a fucking day off. Come on, cry me a fucking river.
I'm not crying. I said I volunteered for it. It was fine. What I'm crying about is I then received all the blame from that point forward for everything that ever happened, even when I wasn't there.
That sounds normal.
Yeah.
Considering that you consider yourself a jackass and then you're working with what you say, retards and drug addicts, I could understand. I mean, yeah. You always blame the weakest link.
Damn! Fuck!
You set yourself up for that. I've been waiting for the last 45 minutes.
You did do that.
And you walked right in. Thank you there, Vad.
Bravo, madam. Bravo.
Now you see what I gotta deal with on a weekly basis.
No, I don't even talk to you but once a month. What the hell are you doing lying to these boys?
All right, well, a daily basis whenever I was growing up.
There we go. I mean,
I didn't get away with shit.
At the end of the day,
you still don't. Apparently,
you got a bit stronger, not completely a bit smarter, but you're doing well.
Yeah,
I don't know how many of you guys in here can say you're making $38 or $28 an hour.
I can.
You can?
I can, and I'm not even doing anything.
He's on the military dime, so he makes pretty good amount of money just sitting on his ass being a vet.
I'm on the military retired line, so yes.
No, I didn't know they paid you that much because I've been hearing you guys bitch that you ain't getting enough.
I got totally disabled. and I was a high, and my rank was up there.
He is legally retarded.
Yeah,
yep. Actually, that is true. I have a traumatic
No. That I'm going to argue with, and now I'm going to go back and I'm going to save you, Max, and I'm going to save you, Vlad. Nobody knows exactly if retarded is actually smarter than the other people. I mean, it's just because people put labels on it. You know, I have seen a lot of people that people say that, you know, they're retarded or they've got a mental problem that I would rather have working for me than some of these smart fucks that spent 5 or 6 years in college.
Well, I take the meaning of retarded. Tardy means to be late. Retarded means to be held back by a disability or like you could be retarded by the leg, retarded by the back, retarded by the arm, retarded by the neck, but held back meaning by an injury or a permanent deficiency. It's not
actually a better term is disability.
Disability, yes, but it's the same. Actually, it's the same word. It's just
retarded usually means mentally.
Well, some of the mentally handicapped, some of the mentally handicapped people that I worked or not worked with, I should say, even though I think the staff were retarded. But anyway, some of the people that lived at that facility, you know, they might have been, you know, mentally slow or whatever, but they had some weird niche things that most of them were good at. Like, for example, this one guy was not, he wasn't, I wouldn't describe him as necessarily like totally mentally handicapped. He was slow, right? He, you know, and so like, but he could wash the fuck out of dishes. Like, I've never seen somebody wash dishes A, so fast, and B, so thoroughly at the same time, you know? And he would just volunteer to wash the dishes after dinner and like, yeah, go for it, you know, if you really want to. And he really enjoyed washing dishes, right?
Actually, he was the smartest one because he got out of all the manual labor shit.
Right. But the thing was is that with all of this, but there was a lot of people like that there, you know, they all had their niche thing. Now, granted, there were some there that weren't actually mentally disabled. They were just how do you put it, attached to the system, and there was nothing they could do about it. They were just irresponsible, right? And it's funny because those people in particular, they weren't retarded. They just didn't want to do anything. And they were the most useless people that lived there. And all they did was constantly cause drama for both the staff and other residents on a daily basis, you know? And
I'm actually surprised.
Social justice warriors before we end up getting that title.
Right. I actually am surprised that they didn't confuse you as a patient and put you in bed.
Oh, God. No, you see, so the thing is I actually really loved the job, 100%. I actually really liked it. The problem ultimately was just the other staff. And but the reality is that I got along with almost everybody there for the most part. You know, I had good rapport and could stop drama before it started, right? And that's why I got blamed for everything, is because they would turn around, or part of why they would turn around and be like, yeah, man, he was being mean earlier. He told us to stop talking about this thing. And then I have to explain to my manager why. Eventually the manager gave up because she's like, if he's stopping drama, then why am I going to keep bitching him out over it? And me and the manager was cool. All she cared about was, do you show up and do your job? Yes or no. And that was it. And everybody else wanted to do this weird minutia shit and like nitpick and every single tiny little thing everybody did, not just me. So yeah, like that's basically ultimately why.
Yeah, well, my superintendent had a good comeback for that. He said, if you're doing your job and all I can see is asshole and elbows when I looked across the bridge out there, you won't know what Joe Blow's doing over there. So I would suggest you keeping your head down, and all I want to see is ass and elbows.
Well, it was funny. At one point, I'm actually more brazen. So a person that's, I guess, like she's like third in line manager or something, I guess. She's had to work with her on a morning shift, right? And I usually worked evening. But anyway, I was there on morning shift. She fucks outside for fucking 3 hours straight, smoking cigarettes, and did absolutely nothing. And then whenever I was talking to one of the residents because they were having a problem, she came in and said, you know, that isn't your job. You need to do your job. And it's like, you're right. I should just go outside and smoke cigarettes like a dumb cunt.
Well, I would have looked at you and said, I would have looked at you and said, had you been doing your actual job, you wouldn't have known what I was doing.
Right. Well, the thing was, is like, well, I didn't. It's not actually. Unfortunately, in that facility, no, like everybody comes up and snitches on everyone. So you have residents telling you everything. There is not, and also the lovely, beautiful part in the office. There's there's the whole fucking security system, so you can see visually what every single person is doing in the entire building. Right. And I'm sitting there getting meds ready to pass out whenever one of the residents came up to me to ask me that. And you can see she's been sitting there the entire time. Anyway, she went and told my manager, and then my manager said, well, were you sitting outside smoking the entire time? And then she said, well, that's not the point. She's like, well, then quit talking about it. You know, it was pretty funny.
Well,
but
I know this much, and I have fucking people I work with like that too. I don't think to the nitpicky drama making aspects, but I do work with people like that. Like, what was it? It was last week.
Of course you do. You're
no,
on
it
YouTube.
wasn't. No, well, actually no. Actually no, it was last week. I think it was like last. Is this last week?
Was it? Is it anything related to a 6-hour stream that we did?
No.
Yeah. Did he get on his soapbox and bitch for 6 hours?
No. Time out. No. All right, let.
Jiminy, Chris, how'd you guys put up with that crap?
It's actually quite entertaining. It was quite entertaining
for lunch. That became dinner. So yeah.
There's entertainment, and then there's drowning.
All right, time out. All right, so we were talking about the Texas shooting with the father that was going to find out what his kid was.
We're not going to talk about this again.
No, we're
not talking about it. Just highlight.
I'm having Vietnam flashbacks.
Sparky, the problem is you're going to tell your highlights, and then we're going to have to fucking tell your mother what happened.
No,
let's not do that. I'll just go back and watch the video from last week, and that way I can pause and stop it when I've had enough.
Okay.
That's gonna
we're not talking about. I'm not talking about last week's stream. I'm talking about at walk.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
And what ended up happening was we had a truck come back into the shop that had the mobile crew was walking on this truck for 6 months and have not been able to figure out the issue. I helped out with that truck a week before, so I knew what they were talking about. I wasn't involved in the conversation, but I already knew it's gonna come back to me anyways. So I usually keep my ears open in the shop on all the trucks being walked on, because at one point in time, I'm probably gonna be grabbed and go, okay, can you help figure out what's up with this truck? And it's just something I came akin to in the shop. I just pay attention to everything that's in the shop now. So I'm hearing these guys talk about the truck in the shop, and I'm in the middle of waiting for the computer to update ECM on a truck. And I'm overhearing the conversation, and it's like, yeah, that code is for an update or a CAN issue. And by that time, the warranty lady goes over, it's like, shh, and she was trying to talk to the foreman and the mobile service guy. And at the point in time, it really pissed me off, because I know for a fact you guys are going to come up to me an hour later, and I just yelled out. I was like, know what? Fine. If you want to be like that, you fix the truck yourself. Don't ever fucking come to me again and figure out what it is. And later on, she came up to me, and we both apologized to each other. It's like, don't ever call me a fucking cunt again. I didn't call you a fucking cunt. I said, don't ever come up to me, because I'm not helping you guys again. It's like I didn't say. Well, I know I said fuck that time, but it's like I didn't say fuck to her then. And it's like, and me and her, we took care of it. And the foreman didn't care. It's like, okay, it's whatever. You're right. Because they came up to me about an hour later, asked me for help on the truck. So I was like, I was right.
Yeah, see, that's the best bosses. Seriously, the ones that don't.
But here's what happened. Here's the stupidest thing that happened. The mobile service guy got so fucking pissed off I come in at 11 a.m. at the shop now, so I'm not there at first thing in the morning. He went to the manager and the day shift foreman and told us big ass fucking story happened. I got my ass called into the office Wednesday to talk about it, and it's like, you called her a fucking cunt. It's like, that's a lie. It's like, you were being belligerent, irate in front of customers. Like, that's a lie. There was nobody in the shop. Mm-hmm. And it's like, and you were belittling the service guy, the mobile service guy. I wasn't even talking to him.
Jesus Christ.
And it's like, well, he came up to us. It's like, well, you can go get the night shift foreman and you can get the warranty lady. You can bring them down here in this office and they'll tell you the story. I walked out of the office. They came into the office. They told the story. I came back in and I got an apology. And it's like,
then I say, now my ass is going to sit here till you bring that bastard in here and confront him, because I want to make sure that this shit gets straightened out, not behind closed doors and not behind curtains. I want to see you address the man about this situation.
Oh, no, it happened. And it did happen. I wasn't there. I walked out. He came in later on and got the full story from him and came back in. And the reason why he was so butthurt is because I fixed the truck within 2 hours that night that he'd been working on for 6 fucking months, and I made him look like a fucking idiot. And it's like, I can't help the fact that he's an idiot. It's true.
No, I would have looked at him and said, well, that's not my problem. If the shoe fits, wear it.
Yeah, but it came down to it was my approach, and it was the way I said it. I wasn't, because I don't deal with bullshit.
Well, next time, tell him, blame that shit on my mom.
But no, it's not that. It's like, what? I came off rough and straight to the point. And that's where I am. I'm always straight to the point.
You don't sugarcoat shit.
I don't, and I'm straight to the point. But the problem
I don't think Sparky has that ability anyway.
I taught him not to, because when people sugarcoat shit is when they learn to lie and deceive your ass.
Or worse, start drama while you're not paying attention.
That too. But
if the building is on fire, you don't sit there and say, ladies and gentlemen, we have a little heat problem here.
Well, here's the thing. Me and Vlad figured that out too, because I was straight to the point of some issues that we had. What was it, about 2 or 3 years ago? And it's like, you couldn't fucking believe it, because it's like,
is Vlad the one that you went through all the drama on Twitter with?
Yes and no. It was someone else. He's the one that got involved.
No, it wasn't on Twitter. It was mostly on YouTube.
On YouTube.
Zell was the one that was on the Twitter fiasco.
Oh yeah. Good old boy Zell. Yeah.
She was sitting there watching the whole thing, and
and I believe Antihero was the other one on Twitter. I don't think
Antihero was the one. Antihero was the one that saw out with.
But Antihero, what was the other jerk face one?
Fuck. Addy,
I was the one hosting Drama Horror streams because I had no idea what the fuck Sparky was saying.
But I was straight to the point. And it's like, wait, that can't.
So this is what happened. All right, this is the truth of it. Okay, the problem is that I wasn't able to have I can't say I wasn't able. I didn't have a one-on-one conversation with Sparky on it without 3 or 4 other people being there. So Sparky would say one thing, then let's say, for example, Zell would say something else in response to that. So then the question I asked gets kind of, the answer to that gets muddied in the waters, and then so I don't even know what the fuck Sparky's saying, right? And then Sparky gets mad and starts yelling and stuff, and then now everybody else is mad because nobody's understanding what anybody's fucking saying, right? Or I should say, at least I didn't understand what he was saying. And so later on, Sparky and I did actually talk over a VC, just me and him. And then I was like, okay, well, I feel like a dick now.
Well, you are. I mean, jeez. I witnessed it.
So,
I mean, don't you quote yourself as being an asshole? I mean, really.
But I did take down all those streams afterwards too. So
yeah. One of them got took down though, didn't it?
Huh?
One of your videos got took down by YouTube, didn't it?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think any of his videos got. I think what was it? I think Addy was complaining or something like that.
Yeah, Addy did. Okay. Addy did his stream at some point too, and then that he takes down all of his videos. He never has them up. So but yeah, like, but no, with me, like, it was, and also on top of that, like, actually, one of the things that even caused me to talk to Sparky about it one-on-one is because me and Zell had an argument in the background over what it exactly was that Sparky was saying. So the problem with Zell and I is that you can give me and Zell the same piece of information, and Zell and I are going to have completely wildly opposing interpretations on that information.
That means you have selective hearing. Yeah, okay.
Well, no.
Well, I want to say Vlad.
What it came down to was, so like, here's my thing in a nutshell. I could hate somebody's guts, right? But I'm not going to sit there and listen to somebody misrepresent the person that they're talking about, even if I hate that person's guts. Like, I care about having all the facts out on the table, and then we can all, whatever, right? But when you start misrepresenting what people say, whether it's on purpose or not, is when I come in and I'm like, yeah, well, that's not what he said, though. Or
yeah,
something
but there
lines,
for a long time, you went against your own theory there, because if I remember right, because I'm kind of the sneaky little fool. I go around and listen to all the videos, and it's like, oh, okay. Because you, I believe, if I'm correct, was one of them that was not understanding and had misinterpreted what the whole deal was about, and was going after different people until you finally realized the correct story.
Well, yeah, it's because that's why I ended up having to talk to Sparky and VC to understand exactly what the fuck was going on, because nobody was agreeing on the facts.
Right. So you're guilty as charged too, but you fit in that pile.
Yeah, I admitted to Sparky later that I misunderstood what he was saying. So,
okay.
But
that's the reason why we're here talking now. I was like, yeah, we all understand.
I just wanted to get in my head which side of the column I had you put in, so I could see if I needed to move you out of that column or leave your ass over there.
Like, like, the thing is, as I said, like, I think the main problem with it was, because like, as I said, with that discussion with Zell, I was starting to get to a point where I was starting to feel like I was going insane, because I couldn't figure out, like, am I just wrong about what Sparky was saying, or is Zell just correct? Because Zell was taking it to a much greater extreme than what I had in my head, right? Zell took it to the extreme that Sparky sat down and meticulously planned out this entire thing, and that Sparky's like some kind of criminal mastermind, right? Based on a few things Sparky said. And I'm like, but those things that Sparky said don't necessarily fit your conclusion. And that was the argument. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll just talk to Sparky myself.
And the whole linchpin, the whole thing was I had a bowl of popcorn ready for the whole thing. That's the whole linchpin.
I remember that.
Yeah.
But anyways, guys, that's history. That's water under the bridge, and we'll have to wait another million years for that little spot of water to come back underneath the bridge. Let's move on.
Yeah. Right. Well, Sparky debunked that whole thing whenever he said that he bought a bag of popcorn, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, that kind of changes it a bit. And then Zell, actually, it's another argument I had with Zell, because Zell's like, well, that doesn't change anything. I was like, yes, it does. He didn't buy a box of microwavable popcorn, put it in the microwave, and get it all set up. He already had a bag of popcorn. So, like, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like,
why in the fuck whether he had a plat? Here's my theory. What does it fucking matter if it was a bag of popcorn already popped, ready to go? microwave that you throw in the microwave, or the Jiffy Pop that you sit there and you shake it back and forth on the fire, or you went out and you harvest the corn, you let it dry, and you made your own fucking popcorn. What difference does it make at this point?
Was meant to be antagonistic according to Zell. I thought it was hilarious.
But Zell was making the argument essentially that he had it so planned out, he even planned out the popcorn.
Well, here was the thing. During that stream, Ace was also eating popcorn too, and he recorded his reactions and then posted his reactions to the whole plan. It was actually more hilarious.
It was actually Ace's. That was the actual reason why I did what I did, because I things were going along. Is like the whole plan was, all right, Anahiro invited Tonka along to come to the stream. He was the one.
Oh my God, Tonka!
Yeah,
he was that name in a while.
Yeah, he was the one that invited Tonka to the stream. This was like a week before the actual stream happened. I always keep popcorn. I keep microwavable, and I keep the pre-popped because I like the cheddar popcorn.
That was right. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I'm telling you guys, you're arguing over.
Stupid shit.
It's stupid.
Jesus.
It's stupid.
The fucking world's on fire.
Well,
it's coming
stupid.
to end.
It really is
you got flat earthers over here. It says that the water's going to rise up and going to wash our asses off the side of this planet. You got the global earth people who said that you're going to have to fucking turn your electric off, quit using coal and natural gas to heat your homes and run your cars and shit, because we're all going to die, and you fuckers are worried about whether his popcorn is already popped or not. Oh my God, if I could get my hands on you, you would not last a second.
Well, I give you here's the thing. So there's some added issues here with what happened too. Like there was a piece of information.
Yeah, school drama. Okay, somebody got your crayon. Okay,
let me finish because I want to hear this.
But an added issue that was occurring with my interpretation of what was going on is there was debate over how it was that Tonka even got on there, and I don't remember the specifics anymore. The problem is that whenever I would ask Sparky these questions, it would get the answers he was giving were so like it was kind of like past the point of the specificity I was providing, which I understand because in the stream there was 3 other people and then Sparky. So Sparky didn't have necessarily time to sit there and think out how to answer those questions. And a lot of all this stuff sources around, not even Sparky. Sparky has very little to do with what this was all really about. It was really about Zell's obsession with Antoine, is what this was all really about. And at the end of the day,
I mean, it was kind of comical. Like I said, I kind of hid in the shadows and watched this all play out. Matter of fact, you guys might think I'm coming down hard on you, but I came down harder on Sparky. I said, if you don't cut them fuckers loose, ban them, block them, and go on about your business, you're a crazy motherfucker, because those retards will never be educated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's just like, and because I believed like one thing, like the moment Sparky basically showed the receipts on this one point about how exactly Tonka got in there and how and the stuff that Antihero did before that the stuff that went on throughout that week, I was just like, okay, well, I'm done talking about this. I'm done. Because I was like the immediate this is a nothing burger. We're wasting our time.
Yeah,
right. And then that shit blew up. That shit blew up, and then it went to this shit. Then it went to they were doxing people, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, well, the whole that's Tonka's side. When it got to that point, it's like, yeah, I'm done with this, and I was done with this whenever people just stopped fucking listening.
I was the one getting doxed, by the way, to throw that out there. Point.
I thought that was later on. That was later on.
No, this was shortly after. All right, but this was right after it. The gauge focused away from you and back onto Antoine. That was when that started. Because Antoine actually.
I don't know why you guys are so afraid to show your identities and have all your fake names. Lendev is the first 3 letters of my first name. Dev is the first 3 letters of my middle name. I don't hide myself because the simple fact is I have enough confidence in who I am and what I am that if you want to come at me and you come across my property, it'd probably be the last thing you do.
I don't like. So the thing is,
Jem is actually my name, Lynn.
Who?
Jem is my name. Is actually my
beautiful.
Name. My parents.
But I don't think Gilded Poo is his.
No.
Yeah. Okay. So it's complicated. So part of it is spite, right? I want to make it harder for people. The second reason is if my actual name is not something like, oh, gee, I want to go to that guy's YouTube channel or whatever. Like that's not like something that's necessarily appealing. Also, more than that, since everybody knows what state I live in, you can literally take my first name, and if you have enough due diligence, you could take that and triangulate my name down specifically to the address with just my first name. And so like and because my name is spelled retardedly. But the point is, though,
even your mother knew,
right? I'm pretty. Actually, my father came up with it. He was drunk, so
that may be the reason why you're retarded.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, the point is, I have a kid, right? And it's not as simple as if it was just me. Yeah, like I wouldn't care. But the thing is, I have a kid that's in my sole custody. And I don't know. I would prefer not to have a situation where my kid is a witness to me shooting somebody in the head that came onto my property.
I don't know about that. I don't know what is scary is. Knowing that, knowing that, or the fact that you're raising a kid. I mean, geez.
I think the raising the child is much more scary than anything else. He's kind of being an impression on what could be considered the future Ute.
Yes.
Oh God. But no, it all came.
And now
down
I'm joking,
to...
you've had.
Nah, that'll be fine. I know. But no, it all just came down to one point. Somebody opened their mouth, put the foot in it. They said that they were gonna, lambast someone. They ended up getting lambasted. They got the shit and best out of each other, and they're wondering why. Well, how they get into the stream? It's like, yeah, I gave them the link because you invited them. I even put it in the back chat when you in it. Hey, they're asking for the link. I have the capability of giving the link. You got invited on. You want me to give it? Sure. I can't help it. You started a fight you couldn't finish. That's not my fault.
I mean, to be fair, though, I do have to say that the stream was actually pretty funny.
It was. I'm sorry, it was. And it all stemmed back to is like, yeah, there's a lot of... I love seeing and I hear getting shit kicked in, because the night that he came up against me was the night my house was getting flooded. And Lendev can attest to this, because she's yelled at me several times like, you need to get off the fucking computer and you probably need to get your shit moved.
And then when he told me who he was talking to, I just unhooked the internet cable.
Yeah, she
but
did.
Yeah, I was. but to be fair, I have to say though, as far as like everybody that was against Sparky, I was probably the least bad on it. So.
Yeah, and even then, even now, everyone that was going against me, except for 2 people, pretty much like, yeah, it was all bullshit, and those 2 people are Zell and Natty, and they could rot in hell as far as I can, but it's whatever.
Well, here's a question for you. This is what always amazes me, and I've never had anybody that actually can answer it legitimately. When you see this shit go on, my question to you all is why is it acceptable for you to be an idiot, but not acceptable for me to point it out to you?
I mean, because I am an idiot.
I was going to say the same thing, but I thought it was obvious. I joined the military.
It's kind of like, it is obvious. So if I point it out to you, why would you get your feelings or get your shit in butt hurt, twisted, got your underwear up over your head, sniffing your ass, pissed?
Yeah, well, I straight up told Sparky I was an idiot and like apologized like 8 times. So,
well, I told him several times. I said, "Pull the plug, cut him." I said, "Those people, if you consider them friends, man, I hate to see your enemies."
Yeah, I think he did block me on Twitter, if I remember correctly.
I blocked. If you notice, after the whole
hell, like, he even blocked me. So what the hell is your problem?
Yes. I blocked you because you kept asking questions about it. It's like, okay, you don't need to see this no more. Block.
I just said, what the fuck are you wasting your time for?
Whatever.
I said, if all them people on that little channel would up and die tomorrow, the world, you wouldn't miss them. Your life would still go on. Why are you letting it upset you so badly?
It wasn't upsetting. If you notice, I was laughing about the whole time. Like, these guys are fucking idiots.
Yeah, but after a while, I got tired of hearing it.
Well, you kept asking about it. That's not my fault.
No, I didn't. I did not.
You did.
Well, the only reason why I said it is because I come on there to ask you something, and you'd be rah, 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 rah. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, didn't I even apologize to Captain Hook?
You did.
Okay.
Oh, you're the little bastard that pissed me off.
Probably. I'm actually really good at pissing people off.
You are, because you insulted and went after a girl that was fucking innocent. Oh, if I'd have got you, you would be ballless. You wouldn't have to worry about no more kids.
I don't think I ever went after her once. I don't believe that ever happened.
Is he not the one that went after Captain Hook? Made a comment, made some really low life comments about her.
I think that was Zell.
No, that
was not me.
That was Addy. That was not Zell. That was not Vlad. That was Addy.
Okay.
Addy.
Yeah. I apologize.
Yeah.
But what I seen put out there, them motherfuckers didn't know who she was. She hadn't said a bad word about them. And them to drag her ass into this conversation was zero tolerance from me. And they had an earful. And I said, if you motherfuckers were even men, I would take you and I'd beat the living fuck out of you. But you're not even man enough to be considered a male.
Yeah, I never went at, like, hell, Captain Hook commissioned some of my art. I commissioned some art from her.
I was going to say, she's the artist. I don't know what you can do besides stick people.
I can't even do that. All right. So, but no, like but the point is like, no, I never, ever went after her. That was never even a thought that.
Well, if you guys had been in a conversation, then you know who Lynn Dead was, because I was Lynn Dead back then, and I'm Lynn Dead today, and you know, my memory is very strong, and I may, you know, because I considered that group a bunch of maggots, and they wasn't worth my attention or memorizing who they was, because they wasn't going to last long.
That was something that happened on Doc Griffin's stream. And hell, I didn't know this. She was on Doc Griffin's stream several times. I didn't know about it.
I call shit when I see it.
Yeah, not Captain Hook, Linda. And
I call shit when I see it, and it doesn't matter if you're Doc or who. And it's like, how can I dox you, Doc, when you got a fucking video out there?
You got invited on by Kadunk. That's how you got on.
Doc and Kadunk, or whatever her name is.
Yeah. I don't know how, I can't remember how or why. They were in it, like, you and VC with me, and I think Kadunk came on, and then Doc came on one day. We wasn't streaming or nothing like that.
They thought it was funny if they would have Sparky's mom join the video every once in a while.
Okay, I don't think I was there. I don't remember this at all.
No, it wasn't that. She was.
Well,
she
like
was,
I said,
she was
I'm big enough that if I mistaked your identity for somebody, I apologize.
Yeah, but no, the whole thing was with that is like she was on Doc Griffin's server, and she was on some of his live streams because she's up doing like odd times during the fucking night. And it
doesn't bother me.
It was a stream, I think, when all this happened, they were talking. A lot of this was talked about on Doc Griffin's, and a lot of it I don't even remember. But she'll sit down and watch them, and some things came up. I think it was Hattie that said something and started. He didn't go out to me. He started going out to Captain Hook and started belittling her and stuff like that. Kind of like what he did with Antoine and his wife. The exact same thing, and that's what set her over the edge. And I had to hear about it for like last week or so, and then I guess she had conversations with Doc and Cadunt, and then Cadunt was talking to me and is like, hey, you probably need to talk to your mom. And then they showed me the DMs. I'm like, oh shit, okay.
Yeah, but I never went after anybody's freaking girlfriends or children or
no.
That's off limits. That's off limits there, Pooh. That's just you don't do shit like that unless the girlfriend or the fiance shoots on there and starts it. Then no. If they're big enough to put it out there, they're big enough to take it. And that's what I was telling Doc and them. Why are you allowing this asshole to degrade a woman who has never done anything bad to you guys and has never said anything bad about him or anything else? Why do you allow it?
Yeah, Captain Hook could have wrote me a tweet saying you're an asshole, and I still wouldn't have said anything. I have nothing against her.
Well, I mean, telling the truth.
Well, that too, yeah. But
you are a jackass with a capital J and a capital A. Come on.
Yep. Yeah, but it's just one of those things where it's like, meanwhile, by the way, Tonka, the first thing he did was go at me through my kids. So very first thing that he fucking went to.
No, I didn't agree with that. You keep it on target. You don't go for collateral damage. Only a coward. A coward.
Yeah, I don't think that's correct. That is a coward's way of an attack.
It is.
Yeah, and
I didn't fucking agree with it.
And I don't know who said it, or because, like I said, you guys were you're just little peons on a radar that it blimped across the screen, and I was like, stop and see what you're going on about. And it's like all these fucking Thai prod eating brain dead fuck ups.
Yeah.
Right.
Rinse and repeat.
Here's a cool thing. Okay. If you got Addie, Zell, myself, and whoever the other person was, I don't remember. You have to understand, if you put me in any group, and Sparky can it was Trippy, yeah. Sparky can attest to this. Yeah, Sparky can attest to this because me and him were in a separate group in the past. It always comes down to Vlad disagrees with something, and then there's always an argument over some piece of information. It happens every single time. And that was a lot of shit that happened in the background. In fact, there were several times I was told by Zell specifically, hey man, you gotta keep that private. You can't be publicly expressing points of disagreement because it makes us all look bad. And I would say, I don't give a shit. Just get the facts straight. I'm going to correct you. Why would, you know what I mean? And so that was always a point of contention anytime I'm in a group. Even when I was in Knights of the Round Table, it was the same thing. Anytime I disagree with anything, or I think somebody's incorrect, the very first thing I did was correct.
Than anything else in Knights of the Round Table.
It's what?
That was more tism than anything else.
Right. But no, and it was actually mostly, believe it or not, except for one time, it was usually me and Sparky versus one person, or maybe that one person in Kaz, Adawolf. It was Adolf and Kaz, because it was always, except for this one incident, but outside of that, there was always me having a yelling match in group DMs with 3 other people because they were just wrong about something. So I don't do well in these groups. There's no little thing where, oh man, Vlad's such a good team player. No,
you don't play well with others. Okay, I got it. I'll mark it down. Yeah, okay, got it.
That's why me and Vlad get along so well in VC. We can get along just fine when it's VC. If we DM or text each other, it usually ends up into a fucking pissing match.
Yeah, because the biggest issue is I take every word written down literally as it says. And so like if somebody writes some like thing and I don't put emotion into it. So like if Sparky's mad and he's writing me in DMs, right? I would never know he was mad. I would just think he's a robot writing words because that's how I treat everybody, right? So like, and so what happens is I'm just like trying to debate like one little part of it, and he's like, "Well, that's not what I meant," and it's like I can only respond to what you wrote, and that's what ends up being the argument all the time.
Yeah, but you guys say in VC they gotta. Oh, okay, that's what you meant.
Yeah,
and we found that out 3-4 years ago. It's been a while.
DMs are toxic.
I don't know about that, but you guys have wasted an hour and a half of my time on nothing but bullshit and Tide Pod eating stuff.
Exactly.
Who brought it up?
This is the norm.
I don't know.
Me and Rogue bring in interesting stories about how, like, Disney's about to go under.
This is more autistic things that happen. I love it when the autism kind of sprouts.
All right, no, I actually think.
Guys, there's only so many ways you can wipe your ass. Come on.
Well, that's not true if you put a bidet in the mix.
Or banana.
Bidet
paper
is different than wiping. It is two different techniques of cleaning your ass.
What about
I said wipe, not wash.
Well, what about the corn cobs?
3 seashells. Yeah, I don't even.
I actually thought you guys this time. No, not this time. Last year in February, March, and April, I actually thought that you little youngins was gonna get a dose on how you could wipe your ass with newspapers and magazine covers and corn cobs and leaves.
I did that once with leaves. It was poison ivy. It did not work out.
I wonder why.
I don't know. It just didn't work.
It could have been worse. It could have been poison oak.
We're very concerned.
I don't recall.
Anyways, my husband, to tell a long story short, he was getting a little nervous. We only got 4 rolls of toilet paper left, and I was like, "Well, you don't have? There ain't none at the store." No. I said, we got probably 70 T-shirts. We'll just get them in squares and wipe our ass. And you have a choice then. You can rinse them out and wash them and reuse them, or we can throw them in the trash. Your choice, not mine.
Here's the thing. If you're a real man, you know how to make toilet paper. Thanks to the man lab. Oh, no, I mean, you watched that.
But that sucker clears out everything.
Yeah. But, we went this entire time. Hi, Pin. I know we ignored you the entire time. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. Just continue ignoring. A lot easier.
But I got.
Who are we ignoring? Annoying.
Opinionated Chad was at one time hiding in the chat there. She's ignored us for seems like a month now for whatever hiatus that she wants. Work related and all that kind of shit.
And she said hi.
She's getting her life in order.
Oh, tell her when she figures out how to get it in order alphabetically and correctly labeled, then she could just throw it all in the trash bag because it doesn't work organized.
It's true.
Keep trying to tell her that, but
yeah. And I got another question. So how long we gotta go on for? 40 minutes now. I'm gonna cut this thing
is
off.
she in the YouTube chat?
I don't know if she is now.
Hey, Pig, get your ass in here, girl.
No, she took hiatus. She is pretending to have friends outside of us. So
yes,
I don't. You got a friend in me, sweetheart.
that and her 3 cats.
But no, we all gotta go. For
you guys quit picking on her.
Oh, it's easy.
Yeah.
She
walks into a lot.
She's my friend.
Yeah, it's our friend too. We just,
Yeah, but I treat her better than you guys do.
That is true. That is true.
I will give you that. Yes,
we will give you that. That is true. No one here's denying that.
But
well, she does have a point. Canadian money isn't real money.
That is
but it's not enough to pay Americans with it. So.
Yeah, well, we send you all our small watermelons because you don't know the difference between a baby watermelon and a black diamond.
Further is that the Ontario government does not know.
They do that to you all the time. Pissed me off when I realized they did that, and it really was. It did. It went right underneath my skin. I said, "You're meaning to tell me just because it's another country that you're going to give them runt watermelons and all that stuff, and keep your good ones for yourself?" And this was like 40 years ago, guys. So, but anyways, I was like, that's ridiculous because they're paying for a premium watermelon, but you're giving them like the runts, the things that you don't want. And they said,
"Who cares?
Well, they don't know the difference." And I said, "But I do, and I represent this country, and I do not appreciate you doing this shit to make us look bad."
Don't worry. We turn the favor with giving you shit wood, so it's okay.
Look, they don't know the difference between bacon and fucking ham.
We do.
Now don't go.
We have what is considered Canadian bacon, which is just a
yes,
bacon ham. And we actually do have bacon.
And then we killed John Candy. So
that's good. I'm glad you did. This idiot to have to put up with.
Yeah.
But yes, we are gonna go on for 40 more minutes. I'm gonna cut this off at 2 hours and 30 minutes. And the reason why is because before Lindeb jumped in, I was gonna have Rogue go over something, and
yeah,
I wanted Vlad
it's fine. It's just nothing, not too big an excitement. It was the original brainchild of something called Dungeons and Dragons. You know, those things that we got in book form before they got bought up by Wizard of the Coast. They're suing again for controllership of it, and they kind of launched a GoFundMe or Indiegogo for their trial cases and that, which
are they trying to get where they sold the basically leased it out to people? And they're trying to get the full rights back. Yeah, good luck. They leased the contracts, and the contracts state that they could never do that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So, DSR, which is the people behind Dungeons and Dragons, they've been wanting to get back the full ownership right of Dungeons and Dragons to go back to the core idea of what it used to be, and not what it is currently in the 5th edition.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can pretty much mix and match whatever you want because of you feel that is a good choice for that particular character. Whether it works canonically within the actual universe of Dungeons and Dragons or not doesn't really matter. It's just that you feel that it should work with that character.
Okay.
Yeah, you can also bring a new sexual identity into Dungeons and Dragons and make it a part of that character, a pinnacle part of that character.
It's the 80s, I believe we've been doing that.
You could do that anyways with it. That just put it now. It's like this. It's like no. It's
no. Beyond of what it was in the 80s, making male and female based characters means nothing.
Well, they used to have a artifact that allowed you to change your characters.
Yeah,
the girdle gender change.
Elf.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was the cursed girdle of gender change.
Yeah, something like that.
No. That was one thing that was making a male-female kind of thing. Now you can become a non-binary, non-gender elf.
Oh.
Yeah, and there's bonuses to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can be a wizard that can carry a sword.
Who's trying to get the rights for this?
The original TSR, the people behind Dungeons and Dragons.
And what am I supposed to be mad about exactly? I don't see the problem.
Nothing it wasn't supposed to be mad.
It wasn't supposed to be. They just have an Indiegogo campaign that's out, which I think is kind of funny. They have very little coverage when it comes down to media in general for this lawsuit. And they just kind of pointed out that the only persons that actually made any form of media bite was Clownfish TV, and even that's kind of questionable. Yeah, they're just trying to get the original rights.
I just thought it was funny because there's Wizards of the Coast.
Yeah.
Well, look. Wizards of the Coast did a crossover with oh god, what was it? Or not Wizards of the Coast. It was, sorry, fuck, I can't remember. They did some weird crossover that did that shit. There's a comic book actually of it at Walmart where they have a Dungeons and Dragons doing a crossover or something else, and it's exactly that. It's the same shit because look, Wizards of the Coast is based in Seattle, and that tells you everything you need to know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is true.
And the reality is, at the end of the day, it's just a shame that the rioters didn't, invade the building of Wizards of the Coast. That would have been entertaining.
Been funny.
The rioters of what?
The
TSR,
rioters.
the rioters of TSR, Dungeons and Dragons, did not storm into Wizard of the Coast.
Yeah, I'm talking about the George Floyd rioters.
Oh, rioters. Oh, I thought you said
yes. Yeah, I was saying that it'd be funny if the rioters had, in the name of George Floyd, went and just destroyed the entirety of the inside of the building. It would have been hilarious.
Inside of what building?
Wizards of the Coast.
Where's the popcorn, I guess.
Oh, that must have been something. Oh, probably because, I don't know. Anybody that celebrates a criminal, whether, and I can't believe they made a sculpture of his head. It's like, you're kidding me, right?
It's a good practice.
I can't believe they paid him. I can't believe they worship him like he's fucking Dr. King all over again.
Dude,
he wouldn't even make a pimple on Dr. King's eyes.
I want to go all the way there and have a picture taken with me next to it holding a noose.
No, I wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't do that.
As I said, I
wouldn't do that because the simple thing is not right. The man's dead. Respect him. His family. Yeah, they may be a bunch of leeches and whatever, but they are people.
But look, they made money off of his stupidity. It's fine.
Okay,
I mean,
two things. I'm not going to respect the dead guy because fuck him. I don't care. But also,
I don't think I said the dead guy. I said his family.
Yeah.
No. Well, I mean, I don't care about his family either. They're probably just as degenerate. But
no, they made money. That's they made bank. So I can't call them degenerates. They made bank. So.
They made big bank too. They're still making bank. Fuck.
Yeah, but the reality is that at the end of the day is that BLM from the very beginning has always backed criminals. So if you're and it's funny you mentioned that because I actually was just recording something about that earlier today. But it's like my argument against BLM largely is that you either disagree with BLM and their practices, or you agree with BLM and their practices, in which case you're in favor of the backing of criminals.
No, you're in favor of communism.
Yeah, I would agree with her.
Well, I mean, but yeah, you're in favor of communism, yes, but their main goal, like they even did a whole thing where they're wanting to like get rid of mandatory prisons, and it's what I'm mixed on, but they're wanting to get rid of like federal prisons altogether, and then they want to make it more difficult for Black people who commit crime to actually be convicted of a crime, because all they're doing with the entirety of their narratives is backing criminals. They even backed what's that guy that just faked a hanging?
Jesse Smollett.
Jesse Smollett. Oh, those mega
Juicy. Yeah, they backed him too.
Very famous.
Shocker.
It's manga country.
The thing is, the Black Lives Matter is going to take care of itself. It already is. It's pretty much hanging itself at this point. You don't have to do much. People are basically waking up to this point, being like, "Yeah, fuck that."
Actually,
but you going out there taking a selfie with the statue, with the news, all that does is slow. Right, shut up. All that does is slow down the process of BLM. See, I love it. I'm sitting back here watching them slowly kill them. It's like watching them eat yourselves.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, just eat the popcorn and enjoy the show.
That's not what's happening. All right, I'm sorry. Like what's happening right now?
Then you're not watching the right shows.
I am. The problem
no,
is
you're not.
What people are doing right now in the wake of all this stuff is they're saying the following line that is becoming very trendy on the internet right now, and that is, there's a difference between the organization and the movement, right? When there isn't one. And
no, that went out the window 3 months ago.
They're still saying it.
Even though on the social media it's a very small contingent that's saying it, well, a very large contingent of people who are kind of going, yeah, no.
They are prosecuting, as we speak, Antifa and BLM members in Washington State, Oregon State, and it's going across the country. The ones that rioted last summer, the ones that burned the building down, the ones that attacked people going to and fro, they are actually getting their ass handed to them. And if you're not paying attention to that, then the CNNs of the world have won with your ass.
Well, I mean, my argument that I'm making here is that all the people that are like all the big major lefties on the internet are coping really hard and saying that, well, this isn't the movement's fault. This is the organization's fault.
Yeah,
and
that went down the drain 3 months ago. I'm sorry.
And those same people are still saying that January 6th was a huge catastrophe.
They are.
And guess what? At the end of the day, no one's listening to them.
Here's a good one.
I don't know.
If January the 6th was an insurrection, then back in 1965, when the Black Panthers stormed the building with AK-47s and shotguns, every one of them motherfuckers should have been marched out there and shot.
Yep.
Nothing happened to them.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean,
look, people in California, the most bluest state you have, don't believe that January 6th was a thing.
Yeah, actually, a good majority of them there don't. That's
okay.
The funny
Well,
part.
If that's the case, then they're being drowned out by everybody else coping.
No, they're not being drowned out because of the factor that the most vocal minorities on social media and whatever news organization on the left have piped it up to as loud as they want to. It's like watching a bad WWF wrestle, and you're piping in the boos because no one really cares.
Not only that, but the ones that cry and scream the loudest are the ones that's most guilty of the crime.
Pretty much.
I mean,
look at CNN. CNN is slowly dismantling themselves, whether they want to or not. They got rid of Andrew Cuomo out of New York governor. He had to resign.
Chris Cuomo.
Now we got Chris Cuomo removed. Now they're working on Don Lemon. We're slowly, systematically wiping out the Fox to get them off of the TV.
And don't forget Egghead. Gay Egghead is being removed as well.
Who?
I can't remember. What's his name? Not Don. It's the white guy that looks like an egghead.
Eggman.
The fat man. The fat gay guy.
Oh, god dang.
I can never remember his name because he's not important enough to remember.
Brian Stelter.
Brian Skelter. Helter Skelter is being removed because of he keeps on opening his fucking mouth about lawsuits.
Watching his fucking show. If you look at his actual ratings, they get worse and worse and worse as he keeps going on and on and on.
Well, that's why he keeps on until he mentions lawsuits, and then they go back up. He keeps, and then he gets in trouble because they're CNN's lawsuits.
Yeah.
The problem is Cuomo was the head of the snake, and everybody else was riding in his wake. And now that he's gone, it's falling apart.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cuomo isn't the head of nothing.
Not anymore.
No, he never was. He was a puppet. We haven't got to the headmaster yet.
Yeah.
You always have to start at the bottom of the fruit tree to pick your fruit as you work your way up. If you don't, then you have a chance of losing the lower fruit. But if you work your way up the fruit tree from the bottom up, this little fruit tells on this little fruit, and this little fruit tells on the tier above it. It takes you quite a long time to get to the top, but by the time you get to the top, you got enough evidence that you could chop down the whole tree and nobody'd ever miss it.
The only problem with that is there's a lot of fruity people at CNN.
Actually, they look like a pervert station. If you go to look at everybody they got working there that's been charged with the sexual crime of assaulting children and shit. Jeez,
I thought that's
lost a producer, 3 days ago?
I think that's what I thought. That's what I just said.
Well, you said it in a nice way. I just went ahead and spit it out there so nobody would understand that you're not talking about the Fruit Loop cereal. We're talking about perverts who prey on children.
Or that guy that got hired back on after he was
Toby after he jacked off on front of national TV? Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
They have no morals. They have no self-respect, do they?
Correct.
No, I mean, they just want fame,
Well, it is news.
It's kind of questionable their fame. I mean...
They just want to be the ones to break the big story and be remembered, That's all that boils down to.
The problem is,
but you're talking about BLM. You're talking about BLM and all their people is doing all this shit. There's probably, I would say, probably a handful of people, and it's their money men that are keeping them propped up. The George Soros, the Bill Gates, the Bezos, They're all
whatever major
Charles.
actor that wants to help fund them. That's the other thing. So those are the people who are there. They've pretty much put themselves on a list where you can clearly see it.
Yeah.
Well, what was it?
Look.
What was it they said in the Jesse Smollett trial when the results came out? CNN had basically posted the story. Hold on, I got it here somewhere. Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, I know the stupid reasoning for it.
No,
yeah, but
Jesse Smollett guilty on some of the charges.
Yeah,
technically not a lie.
No, they are the.
Well,
no.
Yeah, wait.
That was.
There were 6 charges against him. He got found guilty of 5. 1 he got off on. So technically, they're fudging the correct line.
No,
5-6 is a sum, though.
No, it's a majority of the charges.
But they didn't say majority. They said some.
You could use whatever vernacular you want at that point.
But I was gonna say, like, the reason why I don't think BLM is gonna go anywhere ultimately, I have zero faith in humanity. So I honestly think that every single person that has supported BLM so hard will likely continue to do so, even if it's, quote, just the movement. Like, it's one of those things where I honestly do not think BLM is going to fall apart, because I honestly think the overwhelming majority of this country is fucking stupid.
Well, then if you don't think they're going to go anywhere, I would suggest if you own your property, sell it and live in a tent, because pretty soon you won't have nothing if that's what you believe.
I mean, it's not that. I might not. They might burn my house down or something. But the thing is, it's like, it's not about a matter of belief. It's just that I have consistently been disappointed by humanity over and over and over and over again, that I have difficulty believing that the majority of people, especially on the left, would ever want to publicly ever back off from BLM, or even privately for that matter.
Well, they're going to have to, because most of them is going to be removed. I mean,
well, again, they have privately, but actually the public aspects of it, you can see who's actually more for the BLM and those who are not, based on who's in front of the fucking camera, who mentions it more often.
And they're dying off. Most of them that supports BLM are like 80 years old, so it's not going to be long before they're in the grave.
Yeah, it's one of these things where it's a cult.
It's a KKK. Let's just be honest and call it what it is. It's just an opposite form of KKK.
And it took a while before it became a national joke. Actually, a worldwide joke.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It's one of those things. Well, I guess we'll see. I hope.
Well, look, I hope for Jerry Springer to make fun of the neo-Nazis and the KKK.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just saying. I'm hoping that's the case. I hope for the best, expect the worst. I'm expecting the worst.
It's just like this. It didn't take us 1 president or 2 presidents or 3 presidents to get to where we are at now. It took 50 to 100 years, if not longer. You can't undo that shit in 1 year.
Undo what?
Programming. All this stuff. We have been programmed. When I was a kid, we were always taught to be conservative with everything. We always were taught to take care of our stuff to last for as long as we could get. Then we got to my son's age, where everything is fucking disposable. Yeah, don't take care of it. You don't have to. Just because you got mud on your shoes, don't mean you have to take. Wipe them off and all this stuff. You buy a new pair, no problem. They have brainwashed you that you don't need the fucking family. You don't need mom staying at home taking care of the kids or whatever. Mom needs to be working and paying taxes just like daddy, and we'll take care of your kids. We, the government, the school, the organizations. I've always said all along, and I've got my ass handed to me several times on arguments. When I told them these teachers were begging for pay raises and all this shit. And I said, I'll give you, I said, you're wanting 4%, right? And they said, right. I'll give you 10. 2 things has got to happen. 1, you throw your tenure out the fucking window. And 2, you disown the teachers union and start being regular teachers on your own. When you do those two things, I'll be more than glad to give you 10%, not 3%, not 5%, but 10%. But as long as you got them two nags on your shoulder, tenure and the teachers union, the federal teachers union, national teachers union, you can go fuck a duck.
Yep.
Well, I do have to say though, for college anyway, the tenure concept was originally so that teachers would be protected against saying, controversial things. The problem is tenure now doesn't mean anything because now you can't even say those controversial things in college, right? And so now the tenure is completely irrelevant, and it's like you might as well just fucking scrap it.
Tenure only does two things. It allows lazy, incompetent teachers to sit on their ass and bitch and bellyache and collect a fucking paycheck while your child sits there and either learns on his own in the classroom or gives up and ends up being an idiot.
I think teaching should be on commission. Hot take.
It should be.
Like if you it gives you more incentive to do your job properly.
We had back in my school, and it's me and Linda went to the same school. Just 20, 30 years difference. But
30 years difference when I graduated.
So did me and my mom. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Well, and here's what it is. Whenever I was in school, we had 2 or 3, maybe 4 Karens, but luckily that was it. And the rest of the teachers, they were, they are older females that were set in their ways, and they were correct. They wasn't progressive. They wasn't lovely, anything like that. They taught what's in the books, and they taught what what was the correct way, correct form. Common Core wasn't a thing whenever I was in school. It was starting.
Thank fucking God.
It was starting in schools, but wasn't anything in my school. So I got to have a couple good teachers. I think a couple of teachers you went to school with, like my science.
Yeah. They were my classmates. Yeah.
Well, classmates and teachers for you.
Only a couple.
Yeah, only it's only a couple. It's funny whenever you had I can't remember who it was. I think it was the was it
Lippy?
Yeah, it was the senior high principal. You're a hard kid.
It was because I stood up to him and I wouldn't let him push me around with his bullshit. Matter of fact, that same junior high principal ended up facing the raft of me because he slammed the ball. I was playing basketball, and he threw the ball, knowing that I wasn't expecting him to throw it to me. It was during a game, and I had started to turn around and walk back to my position. It was the other team's ball, and he threw the ball and hit me in the chest. So I took the ball and threw it back to him, except I threw it back and where it hit him right in the nuts and put him to his knees.
That'll do it. Making me think.
I can't remember what. Oh fuck! What was it? I can't remember. You told me another story. He made me
write the whole United States history book.
I mean, and really, that wasn't really a bad thing, but
there were 600 pages of that. Yeah.
At least you knew proper United States history after that. So
I didn't get but half of the book wrote. My father came in wanting to know why I was up at 3 a.m. I had 2 days to write the whole book, and I had a flashlight underneath the covers writing it. And my father came in and wanted to know why I was still up, and I said, I got a history thing. And he said, what is it? And I said, I have to write the whole book. And he says, excuse me? And I said, I have to write the whole book. And I said, why? And I said, because I asked a question. And he said, what was the question? And I said, well, it was about the war. And I asked him why we were in the war, and he said, well, it's this. And I said, yeah, but that had nothing to do with us. And why did we go to war? We could have sat over here and minded our own business. Why did we do it? And he got pissed because I asked that question and said, well, you can tell us all the answer, you can write the whole history book. And I said, it's not in this history book. And he said, well, you're going to write the whole book. And he said, don't forget a period, don't forget a comma, semicolon, da 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 da. And you got 2 days handed in. I said, okay. So I wrote it out. I had over half of it done. And my hand was swollen and my fingers were red from holding the pencil for so long. And my dad took my history book and took what I got and put it on the kitchen table. He said, now go to sleep. We will be going to school tomorrow. So we went to school tomorrow, and he threw the shit on the teacher's desk, and he said, I thought you were a teacher. And the guy says, I am. And he said, no, you're not. He said, you're a big-ass bully. And he said, my daughter's not going to finish writing that report, and you're not going to flunk her, and you're not going to make fun of her in the classroom. He said, what you are going to do is whatever she was supposed to do, she's going to get an A for it. And about that time, the superintendent and the principal come in and wanted to know what was going on. My father informed him, looked at my work, looked at the teacher, and said, did you do that? And he said, yeah, I did. And he said, what he said, if she had homework that she had to turn in that she didn't get done because she's writing this report, she gets an A. And he said, if you make an example out of her, even jokingly, you will be reprimanded. And he said, from now on, and they turned around to me and said, from now on out, if he gives you anything like this, you're to come to us first.
Nice. Yeah, that's what you need to do.
Yeah, and on the way back, I had to walk down the hall with him. And he said, you think you won? And I said, shall I turn around now and go back? And he looked, oh, no. And I said, then I'd keep my opinions to yourself if I was you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he remembered the whole thing with me.
Of course he would, because he thinks he could use it against, her.
Yeah, it didn't work because the first thing I did is, that's my son, and I'm just like my dad. Don't forget it.
I can't remember what. Oh no, I remember what it was now. I was being picked on, and it was by a couple of the seniors, and this was back. I can't remember what it was, but I had my wallet stolen, and they took the wallet, and well, they wouldn't do anything about it because we don't know who took it. Maybe your son just lost it. Well, we got a phone call a couple days later from a house that was between here and the Votech because they found my ID card. So we went down, we covered the ID card, and it's like, what was it? It's like, it was on the roadway. So we walked up and down 2 miles of fucking road, and we recovered everything, including the wallet. They had took everything out and they threw out the fucking window going down this road. The only thing we didn't recover that was the money that was in the wallet, which I think was $15.
But while we were walking down through here picking this stuff up, a car pulled by and wanted to know if we were having problems, and we told them what we were doing. And they said, yeah, we seen the kid throwing it out the window. Described the kid to a T. Actually, they knew him.
License plate number.
Yeah, gave the license plate number and the whole 9 yards. We took their phone number, went back to the school.
No. We made a police report.
We made a police report, but then we went back to the school, gave them the number of the person who seen the vehicle, got the license plate number, showed them a copy of the police report, and I said, now you got a choice. You can either be the proactive school, deal with this bullying, or find yourself and your picture on the front page of the local news about the school that allows bullies to rule their school. And so they took care of the kid. They suspended him for about 3 or 4 days. He wasn't allowed to go. They swapped classes so that he wasn't in the class with my son. And they told him any retaliation would be faced with him being expelled from school permanently. And then his parents came and got me and said, you shouldn't be prosecuting my son. And I said, you should have been better parents and teach your son not to bully other people, because if you can't do the time, don't do the crime.
Yep.
And
I don't know. I just beat the shit out of him,
Well, and
you would have done that, but honestly, form of retaliation that they did is actually more memorable than just being beaten up.
Well, that's true.
See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I was in 7th grade at the time. These were junior high and high school students on the football team, and the reason why they were being protected, and they were being protected by the senior high principal,
the coaches.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and it was the same coach. He was the coach. He was the senior high principal, and he was also the same guy that made her write that book.
And I told him, I'll take your whole fucking football team down, and you won't have nothing to coach.
And he knew exactly what happened. Mm-hmm. Come to find out later on, he knew exactly what happened because he caught him talking about it, and his exact words was, "You don't tell this to no one."
Well, actually, after it was all said and done, the kid said that he kind of snickered about it. And when I went back to see him after it was all said and done, and I said, if you would like to leave this school with a slightly tarnished reputation, I would tell you to cease and desist. If you want revenge on me, come at me. If you go after my son, I'll take you out by your knees. And I said, now, I'm going to be watching you like a hawk. I also have about 7 other parents watching you, but I'm not going to tell you who, and they're not people I hang with. So if I was you, I'd watch my P's and Q's, because the next time you fucking step out of line at my son or somebody else's son, I'm coming for you.
I don't know. My dad didn't do any of that. He just said, if you don't beat the shit out of him, you're a fucking pussy and get out of my sight.
Again,
so it solved that.
Time out. and I was the same way. But the only caveat was I don't start the fight. And it wasn't
you pull the first punt. This is the way I was taught, this is the way I taught my son. If somebody hits you, you better by God whip their ass. If you hit somebody, not only are you going to get in trouble at school, but you're going to get your ass handed to you when you get home.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what's really bad is that now he could have the shit beat out of him, never even put a finger on the person, and he would still be in trouble in school and kicked out for 10 days.
Yeah, I know this.
Well, they had that universal, whoever was in the fight, whether you did it or whether you didn't, they both get the same punishment, which I don't agree with.
I don't either.
I had that happen to me, and my mother went to the principal's office and beat the shit out of him in his office. And then said, call the police, and watch them laugh at you for getting your ass kicked by a woman. Walked out, and then he apologized to me.
But still, at the end of the day, it is the educational system that we have currently, and it's a lovely system.
Right. And beating the shit out of them, that lasts what? I mean, they're sore and bloody and bruised for a couple of weeks, and then it's gone, and then now all they want is revenge. Yeah. But if you take them down socially, that lasts forever.
Well, here's the thing. When a woman beats the shit out of a man, it does take you down socially.
Okay. So when I was in school, all right, it was kind of one and the same. If you got in a fight with somebody in front of other people and you won, that person that thought he was Billy Badass was going to be made fun of probably forever. The problem, however, was the school I went to had 500 students in it. Like if you count K to high school, So the high school was very tiny, and apparently everybody was somebody's cousin. So you end up with this never-ending chain of you beat up my cousin or my friend or whatever, and so it ended up being this kind of problem. And
that's the kind of same thing.
Mine became your mom beat the shit out of my dad, and then he would just
right.
No, the funny thing is, she could have done it that way, the way that your mother did, Sparky, and all that, but she chose to do it in a way which just fucking totally took any credit, anything. She destroyed the man's life with just that beating.
Plus, she also gave you a hellacious comeback. Yeah, my mom beat the hell out of your dad, and she taught me everything I know. Oh,
pretty much.
But it was a funny time for me because I never got shit again from a lot of the teachers.
You pretty much nailed it already in the beginning. It was a social beating. Basically, a woman beat up a man and lost.
It wasn't even lost. A man had a broken nose and was crying by the time she left.
At the end of the day, he lost to a woman who was probably half the size of him and half the weight.
Twice. Actually, she was actually twice the size.
I have a question. I want to see how based Sparky's mom is. Okay, I have a question for you.
You want to see how what I am?
Based.
I'm not a fucking turkey, son.
No. As in old school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Essentially, what did you tell Sparky to do growing up if a woman punched him or tried to beat him up?
If a female, a girl?
Yeah.
Or okay, because if it was a woman, I'd say do your best to get away from him and come tell me, and I'll take care of the bitch. If it's another girl, I'd tell him to say, "Hey, I don't hit girls. I was taught not to, but if you hit me again, I'm going to overlook that fact, and then I'm going to take you out."
Yep, that was what my mom told me.
That's what my mom told me.
See, wait, guys. Wait, guys. I know there's this thing. I mean, most gentlemen are taught that you don't hit a girl.
Yeah.
And a lot of them take it to the letter of the law.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like I told my son, and I've told girls too this. It's like when a girl crosses, when a female, it doesn't matter what her age is, when a female crosses the line and gets into a man's space, his area, his little area, and takes it upon himself to throw the first punch, that takes her female card away from her, as far as I'm concerned. And if the woman is not protecting herself from the guy, if she's not in self-defense, then that wipes out everything. You can take your fucking female card and you can jam it up your ass. And it's like I told females that come crying because their boyfriend, if I had a friend that was a female, or even a female that came up to a crowd that I was in and they said, "Well, he hit me." My first question is what did you do to deserve the hit? And they look at me, "Well, I didn't do nothing." I said, "Explain the story." And they tell me, and they said, "I just got up there and was pointing in his face." And I said, "Did you hit him?" And they said, "Well, I slapped at him." And I said, "Did he tell you to back off?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "And you kept on?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "I'd knocked your ass out too."
Yeah, my mom, her exact words were, "When a woman puts herself in the place of a man, it's all her fault from that point forward."
But let me tell you, just because I'm a female, if I seen a man in the wrong, it didn't bother my ass a bit to weigh in there and put him in his place. I have whipped more men than I actually have whipped women.
My mom kicked my ass.
I had a cocky little a bull rider. He was bothering my friend, and my friend politely told him 500 times, as she told him once, "No, I do not want to dance with you. I'm sitting here drinking my beer and minding my own business, and that's all I'm going to do." And he come back one more time, and I said, "What part of no do you not understand, the N or the O?" And he turned around there and he got in my face. He said, "Nobody asked you." And I said, "Yeah, but I asked you. What part of the N or the O do you not understand? Because I'm perfectly willing and capable of explaining it to you." And he says, yeah, something. And I said, "Meet you outside." And the little fucker was stupid enough to come outside, and they carried him away.
Yeah, whenever
he wasn't finishing the night.
Or let me rephrase that. When I was a teenager, I said something disrespectful to my mom. I don't quite remember what it was. You know.
Then you got your ass knocked down on the floor. Yeah.
She punched me in the shoulder and knocked me. No, didn't knock me on my butt, but knocked me over. And then I'm just like, oh, and then was like, fine, I walked away. My mom used to work at a hospital where she'd pick up, dead people and take them to the morgue and shit. Just she had muscle.
Well, here's a good one that you guys can hold over Sparky. I've done the same thing to him when he was 16 years old. He told me he wasn't going to do something. And I said, "Yes, you are, because you're living in my house. And I told you that you're going to do it, and you're going to do it now." And he said, "I am not. I don't have to listen to you." And the next thing he knew, he was flat on his back on the floor with my hand around his throat. And I said, "You're going to do what now?"
That is
Sparky was it's called the learning lesson.
That's called the lesson learned.
That is a true story, but I don't remember just being.
That's because you blacked out.
No. There's more to that. It's my nose was also bleeding too.
But still, it's fine. I mean, you can add on more abuse to that. But at the end of the day, your ass was on the ground. Her hand was around your neck, and you ended up doing what you needed to do.
Yeah. Right, but the moral of the story is that was the last time I ever had to put hands on him.
Yeah, when I was even younger, I was being a smartass. I think I was like probably 10 or younger. And I came up behind my mom with a stick and hit her in the back of the leg. And then she turned around and punched me really hard in like the collarbone and knocked me on my butt. So
at 10 years old, this is what I always do. I make sure that they have joggers on, and I take them out back, and I hoist them up in the tree by a set of clamps and a rope, where the joggers will pull up in their straddle, and then I fixed it where they couldn't get a hold of the rope, and I walk away and leave them there for an hour.
Sounds base.
I would say
sounds pretty base.
I learned not to create mischief.
Well, it's just like this. I was over at my friend's house, and we were sitting there trying to carry on a conversation. Sparky, he was kind of rambunctious every once in a while, but I'd look at him and say, you need to go play with your toys, and he'd go off and play with his toys so we could carry on our conversation, unless we wanted to involve him in our conversation. But this once people I went to, they had this girl, and luckily we were outside, but we were outside and they were playing in a yard, and this girl come over there. And the girl had a habit. She would hold her breath so she actually passed out. I mean, she would turn red and blue in the face, and the next thing you know, tunk. And her mom and dad babied her when she'd do this. And I was sitting there, and it was a hot day, and I had me a glass of ice water, and the ice was just about melted, but it was really cold water. And she come over there, and she wanted something. They said, after supper, you can have some. And she went to doing her little fit, and she held her breath, and her mom started to get up, and I just took my arm and held her mom down, and I said, don't. And then she said, well, she'll pass out. And I said, good. I said, she deserves it. And the mom's eyes got about that big, and the girl was just about ready where she started to turn from the red to the blue to pass out. And I took that glass of water and threw it right in her face. And it was so cold it caused her to gasp air back in.
Yes.
And from that day on, that little girl never held her breath.
Yeah. That's old school.
Yeah. Have to show kids who's in charge and that they're not.
Mm-hmm.
My parents had to do that with me, and it's
the same thing. It's the same thing you do with animals. You have to show who's alpha and who isn't.
Who's the lowest on the totem pole? Yeah.
But anyways, it was months and months and months later, and I went back to visit them, and for a while they were pissed at me. But then when they found out that it broke the little girl's habit, they were like, well, if we'd have known throwing cold water in her face would have stopped that, we'd have done that a long time ago.
Okay.
I said, it works on horses. And they said, what do you mean? And I said, if you got a horse that rears up or rears its head back and busts you right square in the nose, all you got to do is get a water balloon and put lukewarm water in it. And when they rear up like that, hit them right between the ears with that water balloon, and they'll never rear up, and they'll never rear that head back again because they think they hurt themselves.
I didn't know horses held their breath.
They don't, but they'll rear their head back and bust you in the nose.
Actually, horses will hold their breath when you're putting a saddle on them. If they
and then when you get on it, the saddle turns and you're on your ass.
Yep. Yeah, that's why you buckle it, let them exhale, then buckle it back up again.
Or take your knee and bump their tummy.
You can do that too. I just let it stack and put it in again. Develop 2 more notches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
it just depends.
But it's like for me, growing up, I was bullied, I was picked on, and it got to the point, I think the last moment that I got picked on before I finally did something is, I believe I told this story last week, is one of a group of kids they thought it was going to be a good idea to, I think there was like 4
Are you talking about the toilet paper deal?
Yeah, you want to tell that one?
I'm fascinated by this story already by Sparky's mom.
Oh my God. We were all minding our business in the house watching the TV program. And I happened to get up to go pour me some coffee, and the window happened to look out in the front yard. And across the yard, there was a parking lot, and I seen this car pull up there. And I seen 4 or 5 kids pile out of it. And I looked at the clock and I thought, it's 11:30, 12 o'clock. What the hell are these kids doing? So I sat there and turned the kitchen light out. I was sitting there leaning against the counter. And I hollered at Sparky and I said, hey, you recognize any of them? And he said, yeah, that's Jesse. And I can't remember who all else was there. But anyways, I said, really? And they said, yeah. And I said, okay. And my son, I had bought him a long time ago one of them BB guns. And I kept it by the door because it was good on shooting a stray cat or whatever to get him to go away, or a possum or a coon or whatever. And so I grabbed the BB gun and I walked outside, walked around the well house to the side of the building. I was standing there leaning up against the side of our garage. Street light was right there above me. I mean, if you would have paid any attention, you could have seen me. But anyways, they walked up there and they were all giggling and laughing. And yeah, we're going to do this. Yeah, we're going to toilet paper the hell out of his house. Yeah. And they come around the propane tank. And all I did, because the BB gun had that one of them lever actions where you cock it to put the BB in it. So I cocked the gun, turned around and aimed it at it. And I said, what are you little fuckers doing? I said, have you come to die or what? And I said, just remember this, boys. I know each and every one of you motherfuckers. And before you can ever get on your cell phone to the house or get home, mommy and daddy's going to know what the fuck you did.
I don't even think they heard that part of it, because by the time she came out, they were bucking it across back the highway.
When they heard me cock that rifle, and then they didn't know that it was a BB gun. Hell, it was dark. I just cocked it, and I made it where it was really loud, and just aimed it at them. It was like Katie barred the door. I never seen kids run so fast.
They do. They do pretty quick.
Oh, kids can run very quickly.
So I went in the house, got the phone, woke all the parents up, and I said, where's your kid? Well, he's over staying the night at so-and-so's. Why? And I said, because the little son of a bitch was in my fucking yard getting ready to toilet paper my fucking house. And I told him exactly what I did and what I had. And I said, you better control him, because the next time I go out because of this, it won't be the BB gun I take.
Yes, Pam, it's still going.
Yeah, we're almost done. But after that,
does she have a problem? Can she not go to?
Is the problem?
Can she not go do? Do we have to end this so she can go do her chores?
Can she be less of a Jew? maybe find an oven somewhere. Like,
damn,
damn it, lad. That's too far.
But no, it's like no, it's after that. She asked.
I love you, Ken.
Yeah, but no, it's like after that, she asked me what was going on, and it's like, yeah, they're causing problems and stuff like that. And it's like, don't let it go on no more. And then they started, harassing me and shit like that at school anymore. I finally, was like, all right, fine. And it's like, I'm not doing this no more. And they started getting a little bit more aggressive, and I got to the point of not taking it no more. And then it round up one of them swinging a punch at me, and I took the whole entire group down.
Nice.
But what I thought was funny is every time I'd go to the football games and the basketball games just to see those little group of boys, and I'd always make sure I'd bring a few of my friends with me, and we'd make sure we sit behind them, and I always say, "Hey guys, remember I was telling you about the little fucking pricks that came in my front yard, was going to toilet paper my house?" And they said, yeah. And I said, little fucking pricks are right there sitting in front of me. And I'd say it loud enough that everybody around us could hear. And the kids turned around and looked, and I said, hi, are you guys still grounded if we're driving your cars because you came to my house at midnight and was going to toilet paper my house because you thought you guys were some big jocks and ended up being squirmy little mice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rub it in.
I had a lot of fun in school.
Oh, I would never let him forget it. Yeah, even now when I see him here or there and you're interested, have you guys tried to toilet paper anybody's houses lately?
Well, all right. One last story, and I'm gonna do one thing.
One
and
last
I'll cut this
story.
out. One last story.
Like
no. All right.
That almost sounds like one more beer and it's time to go home.
Yeah, it
Oh,
does.
yeah,
it
that's
does.
that never happens. That never happens. That never happens. No. I was in band, and I played trump. I played trumpet in band, and we always have our instruments in the.
Was it huge?
No.
Okay.
It was a trumpet. No, they're not huge.
Oh, I thought you said trump.
No. Anyways, we always kept our instruments in the back and grab our instruments. I don't know what it was. There was one out of the trumpet players. He was a cocky fucker. And he always had it out for me. He didn't like me. I don't know what the issue was, but
I don't know why you have such a great personality, Sparky.
Well, Sparky, if you just stop and think back, you have the reason, you have the answer. You just was never stopped long enough to figure it out. You got to do everything. I mean, before you were 14 years old, you'd been to New York, Washington, D.C., Virginia, Georgia. You were in 10 different states doing really special things, building robots for competition.
Yeah.
You got to go and do a lot of neat stuff when them fuckers are stuck at home trying to, I don't know, play Nintendo or something. I don't know.
No, that I guess that is a point. But no, this little jackass decided it's gonna be funny to throw a punch at me and hit me, and he threw a punch and hit me. I don't know exactly where. It was like between the shoulders. He hit me right in the back, and I didn't even stumble. He hit me, and then he let out a deathly fucking cry, and he was on the fucking ground crying. I'm like, what the fuck you do?
He broke his hand.
Yes. He broke his hand and he broke his arm in 2 different places.
How fucked up are you gonna have to be if you're gonna have to punch somebody and break your own? Oh, okay.
I don't know, but however he hit wrong because he broke his the thumb and the index finger, and then the bone right behind the wrist he snapped, and it's like, wow, you hit wrong.
And I got in trouble. I got in trouble at first for it because he did that. He let it definitely cry out, and there's like 4 or 5 people, and they kept mum about it. I don't know why, but he hit me. I turned around. I was like, "What the fuck you do?" And it's like, "You broke my arm." I was like, "How the fuck did I break your arm? You hit me in the back." And I got sent to the fucking principal, so I was like, I didn't get to fucking explain myself. And then they took him to the hospital, and I'm sent to the fucking principal's office, and it's like, "What do I give you? What gotta suspend you for 3 days?" Like, what did I do? And it's like, "You injured a student." And it's like, I injured a student by the student hitting me in the back, and he broke his own arm?
Yes. That makes lots of sense there, Sparky.
Well, anyways, he called me, and I went down to school. And I went and got the band teacher, and I said, "Does that fucking camera work?" And they said, "Yeah." And I said, "Roll the tape back 2 hours, and I want it. I want to see it." And they said, "Well, we can't do that." And I said, "You're going to do it, or I'm going to sit here, and you're not going to have class all day. You make up your mind. It's no big skin off my back." And the principal came, and he said, "What?" And I said, "He's got a camera right there. All he's got to do is roll it back 2 hours, and we can see what actually happened." And the principal said, "It works." And the guy says, "Well, yeah." And I said, "Well, it should work. It's in the damn classroom." Anyway, so we rolled it back and we watched it. The kid snickering to 2 guys that's right there by him. And then he goes puts his finger up to his lips like, shh. So he walks up here, sneaks up there behind Mike Taylor, and he draws back and he hits, and we see it. And I said, "Sparky's going to be here for class in the morning. If you all have a problem about it, you better voice it now, because if he calls me anytime tomorrow and tells me that he can't come to class, I'm going to be down here and I'm going to own this school. And I'll sit in every one of his damn classes to make sure he can sit in them." I said, it's up to you. I said, you do not punish the victim for what the criminal did to himself.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, you're not going to do it. I'm not going to let you do it. And if you have a problem, we need to discuss it and get it straightened right now. And they said, after seeing the video, no, we're not going to suspend them. And I said, then the band teacher tomorrow during class, and I'm going to be here, he's going to make an announcement at the beginning of the class of what actually happened to that kid. And he's going to play that tape and show everybody. And they did. And then the band teachers apologized to Sparky, and the principal apologized to Sparky, and the parents that was going to come after me to pay their hospital bills, I said, go ahead, and I countersue you for raising a bully. Mm-hmm. And I said, you got more money to lose than I do.
And that's one of the stupidest things too. And yeah, I know in high school and stuff like that, it's really degrading. It's really degrading to have your, parent help you out, but a lot of times you don't have a choice in that shit. That matter.
It's not degrading. That's called doing a parent's job. Well, you're my responsibility till you hit 18.
Well, basically, Sparky, you'll understand that more once you become a parent. But until that happens, you can sit on that little high horse of being degraded when you were younger. I just say I agree with her on this one. Though I'm not.
No. I don't mean it in a bad way. I mean being able is like being able to
at the time it was like yourself. Mom, don't do that.
I get it. You have the impression as a young individual that you feel like you didn't get a chance to do what you wanted to do, stick up for yourself, that kind of bullshit. But parents' job is to do exactly what they're supposed to do. Raise you, make sure that you have a good foundation until the next generation comes in.
Yeah, and guys don't make fun of Sparky for not having kids. He's just doing what his mama asked him to do a long time ago. Well, because when I told him, I said, you can have all the girlfriends you want, whatever, but I refuse to be a grandmother. Do not make me a grandmother before you reach the age of 30. And he says, why? And I said, hopefully by then I'll be gone and I don't have to babysit the little brat.
Oh, there we go. That makes sense.
Well, and that's the snag and the problem. I'm 33 now. She's still kicking around.
But yeah, Sparky should feel lucky because my parents wouldn't lift a single fucking finger to help me with jack shit.
I'm extremely lucky, and that's one of the reasons why I don't mind her coming on shows like it's like. Look, I know this has been a contentious point with like several groups I've been around. It's like, oh my god, your mom's on. It's like, yeah, and.
Tell them if they have a problem, come talk to me about it. Because I'll just tell them. I'll tell them point blank, you know what? If you think you're going to hurt my feelings or piss me off or make me mad, I said, there's one thing that you forgot to calculate in there. First off, I got to give a fuck what you think about me. And I don't.
And second of all, she was on Discord before I was. So... She was surprised when she found out I had Discord and I had Twitter. It's like, oh, you're on Discord and Twitter? It's like, yeah, you are? Yeah, for like the last 2-3 years. I'm like, oh, okay.
Where he plays around in the sandbox here with, 20 or 30 of you? I go play in a sandbox, there's like 30 or 40,000 of us.
Sparky, look, there's a solution to all of this. Just adopt an Ethiopian kid.
I bet just adopt Windslayer.
Oh, God, no.
No, don't adopt an Ethiopian kid for the simple fact that is the worst scam that anybody has ever played on a country. There's enough people or enough kids right here in the United States that don't have two parents. Adopt one of them. Don't be adopting another kid from another country for the simple fact is you don't know their culture, you don't know their religion, and you need to mind your own business and take care of your own before you go taking care of other fucking countries.
And
I agree with that fact, but you can blame the reason why people go to adopt outside versus inside on the fact that they've regulated adoption to the point where it's near impossible.
Yeah, well, and
they did it on purpose so they could force you to go across the seas and adopt them people when they don't want to be adopted by United States people.
And there's one other good point that I will think. I hate kids.
Well, now you know how I felt raising you.
I mean, okay, look, so everybody, I'm not going to say everybody, but a lot of people hate kids until they actually have them, right? And then even after you have kids, you still hate everybody else's kids.
Yeah, but Vlad, I mean, really.
You nicknamed your daughter Cancer.
Yeah, so I told her if she didn't listen to me, she was going to get kid cancer.
There, see, that is pretty.
That's child abuse.
Yeah,
no, she laughed at it. It's the way I said it. It wasn't serious. Like my daughter has
don't never take that assumption for guaranteed fact. And Sparky, I'm sorry, I'm going to tell on you because all the time when he would do something, I say, I can't wait till you get 18, and he'd say, why? And I said, that way I can actually legally kick your ass out the door and send you on your way. I said, you keep talking about when you get out on your own. Well, when you get 18. When the minute the clock strikes and you're 18, your house is out that front door. So just give it time. You'll get your wish. And I'd said that for a couple of years. And then, it got old, so I didn't say it anymore. And I came home from work, and it was my son's 18th birthday. He was in his bedroom, quiet as a little church mouse. Wasn't doing anything. And I asked, my mom was there, and so was my husband. I said, "Has he come out? What's wrong with Sparky?" And he's like, "We don't know. He's been in the bedroom like that all day long, and he's been moping around and hasn't really ate, hasn't really got any. He hasn't done much." And I said, "Okay." So I walked in there and I said, "What's wrong with you?" And he said, "Well, I'm 18." And I said, "Well, yeah. Don't you have a party or something?" He said, "I don't want to go." And I said, "Why?" And he says, "Well, I'm 18 now. If I walk out the door, you won't let me back in."
All right. One, that is a fictitious, made up fucking bullshit lie. One, grandmother died when I was 11. Two, when I was 18, I was in the middle of walking at CFI.
Still, it was a good story there, Sparky. Just end it with that. Just allow the illusion.
Allow the illusion.
The illusion is when you tell stuff to kids and you think nothing of it, it can come back to bite you.
She responds with, "No, you have cancer." So I mean, it's not really. Yeah, she like my. I use
she has a dad's personality.
Yeah, I have a very specific tone whenever I say stuff like that. She can always tell I'm kidding.
Well, wait till she gets old enough and she comes back at you and says, "Well, that explains a lot of things that you're going around spurting out contaminated sperm."
Oh, jeez. Well, yeah, that is a possibility. Ooh, I gotta watch out for that.
And if your child needs any tips, tell her to come talk to me.
Oh yeah.
Oh God.
But no, like I it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, I joke around with her all the time. I'm like, "You're chubby," and she's like, "You're fat," and so it's that kind of thing. Like, it's nothing's taken seriously, really. Whenever I make jokes like that.
No, I try not to degrade the kids. For the simple fact is they have that shit. It can be. It could just because they don't act like it hurts them at that time. You don't know what is going on inside their head, and the kids have so much pressure to put up with society today that if it's like, get one more, the old joke with me and my sister was 4 foot something and weighed 200 or 300 pounds, 200 pounds I think, and here I was 5'2" and weighed 126, 136, and everybody says, "What happened?" I said, "Well, every time we went to eat lunch, supper, or dinner, she'd elbow me away from the table, and I didn't get much."
Wow. Anyway, Sparky, it's almost 2:00 here in my time.
It is. I said I had one last story and one thing. Who here has seen the Sonic 2 trailer?
I have, and can we kind of hold that off for a while?
I haven't.
Well,
seen it, no.
You have something to talk about on one of your shows, then?
Okay, hold on. I like Sonic. I don't know what the problem is. Like the first movie,
Well,
I thought was really good.
We wasn't gonna talk about it. I was just gonna showcase the trailer. If nobody's seen the Sonic 2 trailer.
No, I've seen the Sonic 2 trailer. I think it's kind of questionable all the way through because it's introducing the whole Knuckles versus Sonic kind of.
Yeah.
Game.
Let's if I've got it pulled up. If
okay,
good.
Wait a minute. Is Jim Carrey in this thing?
Yes, he
is.
Fuck it. Bye, guys.
Bye.
But I like Jim Carrey.
He's a dick.
I used to like him until he became.
I never liked him, and I'm a Canadian who's supposed to. It's obligated to like all Canadians.
Yeah, well, you guys seem to send your damn trash down here.
No,
Jim Carrey and
John
Justin
Candy.
Bieber and oh Jesus!
All right,
I swear, nobody mentioned Rush in that list.
For some reason, Justin Bieber, Jim Carrey, and a few other handfuls that.
All right,
William Shatner.
Yeah.
Trailer Park Boys is a masterpiece.
All right, guys, let's get through this. If you haven't seen the trailer or you want to see the trailer, jump on in.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, Lindab. Thank God.
Can't blame her. I can't blame her for running.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's very opinionated, especially if
Geez, none of us are opinionated.
Only one's in is Vlad. So I didn't know
it doesn't matter. Just get the trailer thing. I've already seen the goddamn trailer.
I've already seen the goddamn trailer too. So.
Okay. Playing it now.
I don't need to see it again.
Quick stretch, little
It's
snack,
supposed to have like the whole Batman thing, and then
Sonic,
like
I love that you want
We broke this thing apart last week like it was a fucking
and we have coming up anytime soon for DNF outside of Two Shots Power, and that's the last shot.
You're still just a kid.
Or for the holiday. And we're not even covering it.
Trust me, there will come a moment when your powers will be needed. But you don't choose that moment.
If that was filmed up here.
I just got goosebumps. Wait a second, did you steal that from Oprah?
No, that was last one.
Papa's got a brand new stash.
Since I've been gone, I've discovered the source of ultimate power.
That sounds big. It's been on my vision board for years.
Hope I'm not too late.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Name's Tails.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do.
That's
Step 1,
kind of
light taunting. Step 2, I have no idea.
Game 1.
That wasn't too bad. Today's forecast calls for a 100% chance of adventure. Return to sender. Face it, you're never going to get my power.
Do I look like I need your power?
Where are my manners? Sonic, meet Knuckles.
Hey,
I'm hyped.
That was. You're hyped, huh?
Yeah,
I
liked the first movie. Who was in here that just left?
Wesley.
No, it's Linda.
No, somebody else just.
No, it was Wesley.
Okay.
I know it was Wesley.
Oh,
I saw it, and he went away.
I didn't listen.
Well, anyway, I liked the first movie, and I'm in the minority there. I know, whatever. I thought that Jim Carrey was perfect for Eggman for two reasons. One, because Eggman is an extremely fucking animated character, And so I think an animated actor was, like Jim Carrey was perfect for it. And the second reason was because he did that Beatles cover, about a decade or more ago, where he said, "I am the Eggman," that song, "I am the Walrus," perfectly fitting.
I liked it. It looks like it's taking aspects from Sonic 2 and Sonic 3.
No, sorry, no, don't, no. The first movie was aspects of Sonic 1 and 2. This one is Sonic versus Knuckles.
Yeah, but Sonic 2 is the one that brought in Tails and the Tornado. Sonic 3 is the one.
Yeah, that's the problem, because that is the big problem right there. Continuity-wise, they've already introduced Tails previously. These guys would have known each other.
Oh my god, I don't care that much about, like, I don't.
Look, at the end of the day, I understand what they're trying to do, but again, for a lot of the hardcore fans, they'll be a little upset.
I don't understand how you'd be that hardcore though about a fucking goddamn platformer. Like thing is, like I don't
Not just
care.
a platformer; it's a comic book, and there's a few other different cartoons.
Yeah, whatever. So, I watch the Saturday morning cartoons. Yeah, but I just don't. I just don't think it matters that damn much. Like I really don't. It's just like
I'm hyped.
Yeah, I can't. I like it's like it seems like at a certain point it's just like it's like everybody was like throwing a fit that like it showed basically the origin story of Eggman. I'm like I'm okay with that. Like I don't need him to have the mustache from like the beginning of the fucking movie, right? Like I don't know.
In Eggman's backstory, I mean, yeah, you can argue continuity wise from the games. That's not his backstory, because his backstory ranges back further to his grandfather. And the whole backstory doesn't make sense because it was Sonic never came to Earth. Eggman came to Mobius. That's how his backstory. So I can understand kind of the quabble with it, but then again, if you go on that aspect, it doesn't really make sense unless you put down a lot of groundwork. And
yeah, well, remember, Green Hills is on Earth. Everything that you're happening within both universes are all on Earth. So all the Sonic-related characters don't exist on their world. They actually, all of the shit exists in our world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's where it comes, because Green Hills is a small little town out in Canada, unfortunately. And everything happens within that world. They're not going back and forth between the two universes.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they could. They have the ability.
Realistically, they had the choice, but they're choosing not to. They want to make sure the budget is small.
Yeah. But as far as it goes, if you want to compare this to like any other game remake, like Super Mario Bros., I think it's a lot better. So,
I mean, I'm going to say this. Like, okay, in my personal opinion, I think it's pretty sad that the best video game movie that I think I've seen that I can think off the top of my head happened to be fucking Sonic. Like, it's fucking weird. And also, I also think it's great that they bullied the studio into not fucking up Sonic. So, which is
I don't know.
That's controversial. There's a lot of controversy going around if that was like a PR stunt.
Original? Did you see the original version?
I seen the original. I seen the original. Me, Rogue, and Jam Max have argued about this numerous times.
Oh, okay. Well,
I think that yes, I kind of agree with you. They were gonna go with that, and then they were pressured to change it. Rogue and Jam Max goes on the fact that it was a PR stunt. They had everything already made. They wanted to see what the fan base would do.
It took an extra year. Like that
was because of COVID.
COVID didn't happen yet.
No, that was prior to COVID.
Sonic hit,
but they were going to take time anyways.
Yeah, and really, hang on. And realistically, they didn't take a year. They actually did it within about 3 months.
3 to 6 months, yeah.
But Sonic came out on DVD before COVID even happened. So
no, I know.
I couldn't remember. That's my bad.
On that one, on his placement of time, yes. But like I said before, most of this movie was already done. All they had to do was redo the CGI. That was it.
But
They didn't have to reshoot
the principal character itself, with the minor reshoot, if there was any, which I found out that there wasn't. It was all CGI re-editing. That was it.
Okay.
So that means that they did everything within a 3 to 6 months time frame, not a year. They already had this already figured out in the bag, and they were still contemplating on which one to use. And realistically, the first one works better for the voice, not the new one, which is the one that we're seeing now.
No,
honestly, the way how this particular voice actor is portraying, it works well with the realistic hedgehog version that they came up with. It doesn't work well with that particular spunky look that you have.
I don't actually agree at all. But I mean, okay.
Well,
I mean, like it reminded me of the cartoon.
Well, and it reminded me of the cartoon. It didn't even really remind me of like Sad.
It did
not remind me of Sad AM. Sad AM, no, the voice was wrong, and that's what they're going for. Sonic X, yes, it does.
That's the one. Yes,
yeah,
that's Sonic
what I'm
talking
X,
about. Yeah,
it matched up perfectly with it. Now I can get the fact of if the voice actor was voice acting a certain way and he knew the design. I can probably see that, and that's what was going on, and then it re-edit any of the lines for the new character. So instead of, I can see a little bit of that, but I won't even hedge anything on that either. This one, I think we're gonna get a little bit more of the silly Sonic that we had in Sad AM for this one.
I don't think so.
It's just a hunch, man.
Like I like the idea of them completely disregarding literally everything and focusing on the video game basically, and that's it. Kind of. So like to some degree. Yeah, like I don't care about all that other shit. I don't care about the cartoon. Comic books, 100% of every comic book ever made is just trash. And I absolutely loathe the existence of comic. It's just novels for autists. That's all it is. Like I remember growing up, and they're like, "Oh my god, why you can't look at picture books anymore? Here's Goosebumps, right?" That's what's called growing up. And then instead, everybody just went, "Okay, cool, Dr. Seuss, Spider-Man," like as if it's not any different. It's basically the same thing, right? It's just words with pictures, and I'm sorry, I can't. My brain is just like, no, I can't do it. So, like, I don't care about the comic books. I don't care about graphic novels. I don't even like the art on Magic cards. All right. They could just remove the art and just have fucking words. Right. Like it's fine.
Most would agree with you.
Right.
Nowadays.
Especially now. Yes. And because now it's all like it's starting to look more and more and more like Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's starting to look more like fan art because that's exactly what they're doing. The artists that Wizards of the Coast for Magic the Gathering have been sued multiple times last year for using people's fan art without their permission.
Oh yeah, copy pasting. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was fucking hilarious.
But no, I mean the whole point is like I kind of like where they're going with it because they're just disregarding that and kind of doing their own thing in a way, and I'm fine with that because I'd rather them do that than try and like look. Let me be 100% honest, okay? Basically nobody, all right, except one specific generation cares, and that's and I hate that. Right, I would love it if they'd base it off of like Sonic X entirely and just go with that too, though. Make that clear, I would be fine with that.
I would almost think that it kind of is because that's how Sonic X took place. They got transported from Mobius to Earth.
Yeah, and so like I would be fine if they were kind of like that was their main influence and not the video game, but the reality is
the actual video game.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I'd be fine with the alternative. That is an alternative, but
now
the thing is, though, is like what sucks is like this is like Sonic, unfortunately, is so dead. Like so little people have actually even heard of it that everything a lot of the hardcore people are complaining about is probably the only thing that's going to make people go back and play old school Sonic games or watch Sonic X or something.
No, because even the amount of money earned for the first one, though it justified the continuation of the actual franchise, movie, cinematic version of it, it still wasn't enough to actually guarantee that you'd have people playing from, like, brand new people playing this game. No one really cares.
Oh, no, it's no guarantee. I'm saying that's the only hope. Even if
that hope is gone and squandered. They're hoping that they're going to be able to make a Sonic universe out of this. That's about it.
Yeah, that would actually suck.
And I won't be opposed to that. And I can hear
Sonic cinematic universe.
Well, no, I can hear some of the commenters already, especially one in your particular Discord, about because the thing I brought up with Cowboy Bebop, they warned it, and it's like, well, here's the difference. If they would have took Cowboy Bebop and they would just made a completely different story with Cowboy Bebop and not try to follow along with the concurrent story, okay, fine. I would have been okay with that. That's what this is doing. There is no actual. It's a game adaptation. It's not adapting from a show. It's not adapting from a movie. It's not adapting from anything with a from a based storyline. It's an adaptation from a game, and the game's going from game to game, one strategically planned out. I can say the same thing for like Mega Man games. Story-wise, they're not strategically planned out. There's really no story based on it. It's, okay, you play Mega Man, you're a super fighting robot that got turned into a robot to stop Dr. Wily because he's captured 6 or 8 different robot masters and reprogrammed them. There's really no story base for it. So you can literally take that and you can make whatever story you want. And I've seen 6 to 7 different reiterations of that storyline, and they're pretty good. Everything from the Ruby Spears adaptation, all the way up to the Archie Comic adaptation, all the way up to the Gigamax adaptation. It's fine. You're taking something, you're making a storyline that didn't really have a storyline made to it. Same with Sonic. Sonic 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they kind of had a concurrent storyline with them, but nothing really based solid. Okay, Eggman's trying to steal animals to use them as power sources in the first game. You gotta stop them. That was the storyline. Same thing with Sonic 2. Same thing with Sonic 3. Only difference with Sonic 3
can I ask?
What?
I gotta ask a totally irrelevant question. What the hell is a black pill?
No idea. Basically, a black pill is
negative. Negative aspect.
Yeah.
Look at stuff at a totally dismal point, I believe.
Well, he says Vlad loves his black pills. And
A black pill is an ideology based on finalistic set of beliefs. So everything is, finalistic. It's a phrase. Same thing like red pill, blue pill. There's a white pill. There's a black pill. There's even a purple pill.
So like whenever I say shit like,
if you say anything basically finalistic or very negative, and this is the way how things are going to be. There's no actual hope, that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's considered a black pill.
Okay, so like whenever I said earlier, I'm assuming that might be the reference, is whenever I said BLM will likely always exist, and
yes,
it's never
that is
change.
pretty black pill. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is one of the higher.
Yeah, and when Slayer confirms in chat, he said BLM will never go away, and they will.
Yeah, that is pretty much a very hard pill to swallow, the black pill, but it's a little jaggedy, and it still goes down.
Yeah, I mean, and here's the thing, as I said, it really just comes down to, I hope I'm wrong.
True, but no. As for the Sonic games, they did have somewhat of a concurrent storyline after the first one because they saw the success on it. So they kind of followed up with it. By the time you get to Sonic versus Knuckles, the basic storyline is Knuckles is the echidna that you're supposed to go up against, but he's tricked by Eggman to go against Sonic.
Yeah, and the whole reason why is
by the
Eggman was
time
using.
you get to the midway of the game, he flips on a different side, so you can actually play both as Sonic as well as Knuckles. And playing as Knuckles is actually far better and much more interesting than playing as Sonic. But that's just me, a game player. But yeah, that's how they do it. By the time they get to the next game, the entire team of 3 are banding together to go against the Machine and Eggman.
And then I think the next game after that, that's when they introduce Amy Rose.
Yeah, by that time frame, they also retold the story and then decided to make certain characters human and have Sonic, involved in a humoristic or human, whatever species he is, love triangle.
Final point of the whole thing, I think they really did good with the first movie. I mean, a lot of people, there's some people that didn't like it. There's a lot of people that loved it. It is what it is. I think they did good with it. They didn't put any fucking SJW narratives in it. They didn't try to degrade anything, and they tried to bring the fan community into it.
And they did it. Let's put it this way: for
come on, they had
pretty
Scenic
close
in it.
to under 100 million. Though it was in some cases a little over budget. It did very well.
Here's my only problem. And here's my only fear for the whole thing. Okay, so in the first movie, they brought a meme into it. Scenic. And it's the crazy guy that drew a picture of Sonic. It's the Blue Devil. And it was a fan drawing that became a meme that was Scenic the Hedgehog. That was a real actual thing that happened online. Here's my only fear. Somewhere in this movie, they're gonna have "You do not know the way."
Yeah.
My only fear is they're gonna have Sonichu in there.
No, actually, that'd be great to have because we will see probably Golden Sonic in Sonic 2.
And we will probably see Chris Chan in there somehow.
Again, alright, we're probably gonna see Super Sonic.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that Knuckles meme? I thought it was a great meme.
I thought it was a great meme too. I use it all the time.
It's tired. That's all I'm gonna say. It's tired.
Do you know the way?
Do you know the way?
Do you know
the way?
I
mean, pretty much they have Idris Elba who's supposed to play the Echidna, so really all you have to do is you know he will.
No, it'd be the perfect cut line if it was in the movie and it goes, "Do you really think I need your power? You do not know the way."
That would be hilarious.
Dude, that'd be perfect. I mean,
or he's talking to Eggman. Are you sure you know the way?
That would be better. I will see that would be better. Okay, I'll change my point on that one. That would be better.
You know what would be best is if the movie ends right, and at the end credits it's just Knuckles saying, "Do you know the way?"
It's
his eyes pop up and you just say, "Do you know the way?" What kind
now,
of Knuckles?
So, and I'm going to put a theory out here. And I've talked to Tyro a little bit about this one. Tyro seems to think that they might introduce Shadow in like the post credits. It's like I really don't think they're gonna introduce Shadow unless they change his backstory, because Shadow's backstory was he was created by Robotnik's grandfather. I really don't think that's gonna be what happens. If it is, it's gotta be, Eggman clone Sonic or something like that. I don't think it's gonna be Shadow. I do think that we're gonna see Metal Sonic. I can see that one in a post-credit.
Mecha Sonic?
Mecha Sonic, yes.
Mecha.
Mecha, Metal, it depends on what.
It's
the same thing.
Which one no.
It's really much the same thing. It depends on what aspect, what version. I think it's Mecha in Japan. It's Metal in America. I can't be 100% for sure on that without looking it up, but it's pretty much the same character. I can see a post credit with Robotnik, conjuring up his next plan because the Chaos Emerald's backfiring in his face, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna beat Sonic by making Sonic.
I don't know.
But I do foresee seeing a Supersonic, because the fact that they do showcase the Master Emerald.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, I don't know if that's the Master Emerald or a Chaos Emerald, because you got
it's
Chaos Emerald.
Chaos Emerald.
Well, it does the same thing, but you have all the Chaos Emeralds and they're tied to the Master
No,
Emerald.
the deal is there'll be globe hunting or globe hopping from point to point. That's actually indicated in the trailer. So you'll have Sonic and Tails going from point to point. You'll have Robotnik doing exactly the same thing, going from point to point to actually get all the Chaos Emeralds to form that major emerald, the Master, because that's supposed to be the source of the ultimate power. On Knuckles' end of it, that is the source of complete destruction. He wants that to end, henceforth why he's teamed up with Robotnik to stop Sonic from making the ultimate weapon of destruction.
Even though it's Robotnik doing it. That's how he gets tricked.
That's basically that is the game in a nutshell. Sonic versus Knuckles. That is the game.
Yeah.
So that is the only reason why the Echidna actually joins up with Robotnik at the time for Eggman. So when he finds out that isn't the case, he switches sides, and I bet you anything will be about midway in the movie, just after their confrontation that's supposed to have.
Yeah. The only problem is
those end of the movie things.
Yeah.
You know what? It probably would have been a problem if they did give Knuckles the cowboy hat. I don't know how many people would have lost their shit. But we do see the cowboy hat.
Yeah,
I'm actually shocked they did Knuckles right the first time and not with Wakanda Knuckles, because that would have been absolutely hilarious.
Oh god. But no, it's like, okay, so we see that Sonic has the hat Knuckles wore in the first animated Sonic movie that was really, really bad. They did put that reference in there. I can see, Knuckles, like at the end or something like that. Hey, what's this? And puts the hat on. I can see him doing something like that, but.
Hmm.
Who knows? It comes out April 8th, so.
Yeah.
By the way,
yes.
I gotta say this. My quote black pill. I have other additional reasons why I think what I'm thinking there, by the way. And this is really fun. Okay. Just spend exactly 20 seconds examining how the majority of the populace, I don't even care what country, right, for the most part, handled the COVID response. Like when it first started, every single person, irrespective of their political leanings, all did what they were told to do. All of them. Nobody, like there's very, very few exceptions to that.
Most of the military. Here was the thing, but because of our training, most of the people in the military at first were like, "This is bullshit," and we were really like trying to get that out there. This is bullshit.
Yeah, but
this little piece of that we were trying to tell people like you, Vlad, and everybody else, that this little piece of paper ain't going to do shit.
Yeah, no. The funny thing is if you look at Fauci with his first statements, he actually disagreed and discredited everything that he was putting out, and then all of a sudden, it was a complete flip.
Well, hold on a minute. Like, you need to let me finish. Okay, first off, I was in the very beginning questioning COVID, and not even the mask thing. I was questioning its severity in the beginning, looking at the stats, while everybody was standing there watching whatever it was on TV. I would go out of town and see people would actually stay home, like, the 2 weeks thing. People actually did that.
Well,
and
actually,
the reality.
I will agree. I did do that, Vlad, but I got sick, and I was sick for 2 weeks and couldn't fucking get out of bed.
That's fine. But the point I'm trying to get at here is that there were people that didn't, like people that worked in health, people that worked as police officers, and I was one of the ones that worked in health. So like naturally, yeah.
Well, there were a lot of people that actually resisted this.
But there's not that many. There is more now than there was then by a long shot. And the reality is that to this day there are still a large percentage of people, again, irrespective of whatever their political leanings are, that just buy into it hook, line, and sinker, and have only just started asking questions when Omicron showed up. And then they're like, wait a minute.
No, they've been asking questions since Delta.
I'm saying that it's only now that the majority of people didn't. The overwhelming majority of normies, like, just look at how many people got the vaccine. Look at how many people still wear masks when you're walking down the street. The overwhelming majority of people in the United States are absolute fucking morons. They're like, I'm dead serious. They will listen to whatever the TV says, and they will eat it up. Hook, line, and sinker every single time.
That is basically the generation that's called.
I never had this issue. Like, the first time when a government tells you anything, the very first thing you must do is ask questions.
Yeah,
and nobody does that.
Now, because of the educational system, after a certain point, they've actually trained the last couple of generations that, you do not question your government. You do not question authorities. You have to follow through and listen and obey.
You're not wrong.
Here's the good thing about that conditioning. It's easily broken because people are now starting to break the conditioning because they realize that they are.
Well, I mean, it's not easily broken it's easily broken if you're willing to actually bother questioning it yourself. And the problem is most people don't even make it to that step. They just go, oh yeah, well, the CDC says, and then they stop there and they don't bother asking any further questions.
Yeah, well, those individuals are a small minority that believe that they're in the right, and the other side of the coin is another small minority that believe that they're completely in the wrong on their mindset. Now, the large communities, the one that you have to focus on, not either side of the spectrum here, is that center portion of it. Mm-hmm. They're slowly waking up. This is something that all political societies have to be very careful of, is waking their sleeping incumbents. Because if they do that, then they lose control over everything.
Yep. Here's the problem. I don't think they're ever going to wake up. I think
they are slowly waking up.
They'll just join one minority of the other.
They are slowly waking up. There's actually more political upheaval than there was before, prior to this.
That is true. I agree with you that there is a lot more public decrying of this bullshit. Absolutely, 100%. And that is true no matter what country we're talking about. Mm-hmm. You're right.
You're not right and wrong, but the problem is you can remember the boy that screamed wolf, cry wolf.
Yes.
Our government has been crying wolf for so long. People are questioning, you know what, you're crying wolf a lot, but I'm not seeing a whole lot. And the problem is it's easier when you see it. The problem is nobody actually saw COVID.
See, they would talk about it. We saw China's news coverage plastered everywhere. We saw body bags, and so we can't. Okay, yes. 2 weeks to stem the curve seems reasonable. 2 weeks. Then that 2 weeks became several months to several years.
Yeah, well,
people
the thing is,
starting to kind of go, yeah, this has gone too long.
I have been saying from the beginning, if you thought those 2 weeks were at all
even reasonable, in the beginning too, there, Vlad. So congratulations, you're preaching to the choir here.
I know I'm preaching to the choir, but the problem is we're the minority.
Yes, I know, and that's why I'm looking at. And I talk to people who are the part of the majority, and they say it's all bullshit.
I walk down the street, I still see people wearing masks.
You get to see what you get to see. I get to see what I get to see. We're totally different areas of different global nations. And yeah, there's going to be a few people, or a good smattering of people that are going to follow the compliance. But guess what? When I walk down the streets, I don't see everybody with their face coverings. I see maybe a small handful of people that still wear their face coverings. Where everybody else has their mask off, enjoying life the way it's supposed to be. And the only time that they have to put their little face covering on, the little diapers and that, is when they go into an establishment. Even then, they don't really like doing that. The moment they come out of the establishment, they rip that fucker off as quickly as possible to continue what they're doing. So
yeah, I have a question about that. So in Canada, do they still have mandates for the vaccinated to wear masks, or are they continuing forward with the original narrative of you get vaccinated, you don't have to do that?
Depends on whereabouts in Canada we're talking about. Right. If we're talking about the federal government, they have no answer for you at the moment. None. Justin Trudeau is dealing with an inflation issue. He has nothing to do with COVID. So he's ignored it. He's left it to province. So each province is trying to create its own little mandates and that, and it's not going very well for them.
Yeah, like it's
so like, if we're talking like Ontario, then yeah, the mandates are still in existence, and you have to get your shots in order to, continue life as normal. In some places in DC, those rules kind of are trying to be implemented, but we say no.
Well, in my state, you have to wear a mask whether you're vaccinated or not. Walking around like that's what the health department in my state did, and I know that's what the health department did in the majority of states. And the majority of people, don't have the balls to break mandate. Like they don't have the balls to go. It says it's illegal.
I think Florida pretty much broke their mandate, and they're refusing to have any more vaccinations going through.
Wasn't it the governor?
Still.
The governor said you basically put down the law saying you cannot discriminate against anybody for not having. And if you do, we will break your ass.
They are slowly, like I said, that bandage, it has been there for too long. The writing's on the wall. Every case study that's out there, and everybody can see the case studies if they so wish to do so. And I always suggest that people do so. But again, as Wind Slayer says, people are too busy to fight anybody at this moment. They'd rather deal with their lives, and if they have to put a little face diaper on their face, and
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
They'll do it because of the factor that they'd rather deal with their life.
Yep.
Are they going to do it with their? Are they going to do it with their friends in that? No, those face diapers are gone. And if they have a friend that doesn't like it, well, too bad. Go away.
Yeah. Well, I mean, let's be honest.
That is the reality of the scope of the normies.
Yeah, well, I think that was true from the beginning, though. Anyway, I'm pretty sure most people, when they went to their friend's house or whatever, they didn't have a mask on.
They didn't.
If you went to my family, here's the thing: my wife's family, most of them didn't care about the mask. But when we went to when we had to do a fucking event, they said there a mask over there, and I was like, so for what? What the fuck is that going to do? And she got and she walked away. Then she got in my face again. Well, I can't believe nobody would not wear a mask outside or anything. I was like, and I can't believe you're fucking dumb enough to wear a mask. That ain't going to protect you from shit. Because if that thing could protect you from shit, we wouldn't spend $50,000 on a gas mask per person in the United fucking military. We would just fucking wear those diapers.
Yeah,
and she just fucking turned fucking red and walked away.
So for me, like my point of view ultimately boils down to one thing. Are the normies taking their guns and marching to their respective capitals? Yes or no? Well, the answer is no. So they're still sucking it up.
Don't have guns in order to fight against.
It depends on the region.
But when the state DA showed up at the party and she said, "Here's a mask," he said, "Go fuck yourself," and walked to his knees.
But it's just one of those
congratulations.
Where I just think that the overwhelming majority of people are just completely fucking stupid. All right. And that I have zero, and I can explain this. How many people watch the song Friday? There we go. I rest my case. I'm kidding. But no, I'm just saying, Marvel movies shouldn't become popular. Normies loved it. Most normies don't have a critical bone in their body.
That is so very true. But eventually, over time, they get bored of it. Hey, look at the last current Marvel movies that have been pushed out. None of them have been very successful.
Well, they also sucked.
No, it doesn't really matter. No, I mean, look, Ant-Man was a sucky movie that still was very successful.
Which one?
Ant-Man.
I thought it was pretty self-aware.
No, it was actually pretty. It was the worst Marvel movie produced within their collection.
I mean, I know, I agree. I agree that it was bad, but I thought it was pretty self-aware.
Again, it doesn't really matter. Normies did not like it so much so that it was.
That's fair.
So that's what I mean. So over time, normies will actually do what you think that they won't do. It's within their power and their thought processes to kind of field. Do I have time to do this?
Up until the next virus outbreak. They're trying to do that right now.
Yeah. So, again, look, the next we're already facing the next virus outbreak. Hell, we're facing the next two.
Yeah, it is Omicron is supposed to be the next one, which there's no data to show that it's any.
No. There's data already. it's mild in comparison to the rest.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's no data that says it's worse.
There are people who have big money who are part of the pharmaceutical game that say, "Hey, we got to make another antiviral because otherwise we'll have this COVID forever." And we have people kind of going, including people on the left, kind of going, "I think that might be a bad idea."
Yeah, you're talking about the Moderna bitch. Yeah, the head of the CEO.
Oh, they even said that with the Pfizer thing.
Yeah, like the thing is like, as I said, I'm pretty confident that but the whole reason I'm saying all this is because this is fundamental to like the BLM thing. Like, like this is how I view these people.
I understand,
they're sheep. They're sheep. Like they're always been sheep. They always will be sheep.
Here's the great thing about the sheep. The sheep will always kind of go, if it's not bothering my flock, I'm not going to worry about it.
Yeah.
So now that it's been bothering certain flocks, guess what? Normies start to rear up their heads from their little grazing patches, and now they're going to buckle together and say no, and then states turn around and have to go, well, I guess we're going to have to prosecute these people. And then they literally go through the whole prosecution and find these people. In some cases, some of them land their asses in jail for a very long period of time.
Well, I can't wait to see that, but I don't think that the normies will ever rise up against
jack shit. The Washington normies have risen up, and the actual people within those political powers are actually charging key members of their Black Lives movement inside of that state.
I mean, that's cool, but I don't. That's fine. I don't think that's going to change the dynamic. I really don't. I have zero faith in any of that. I have none. The fact that BLM even existed in the first place is enough for me to fortify that argument.
Look, like, it was always going to exist.
I mean, technically speaking, it didn't do anything new. Okay, that goes way back into the 80s, 90s, like
it's another like foundation 60s, of the Black Panther movement in that. But 100%. Again, it was always going to exist. It was always going to be people who believed that have enough money and power behind them to try to change the direction of the cog.
And the fact
is they can't.
Yeah, well, the fact that people bought it is enough for like it would take you 2 seconds.
How many people actually bought it? Let's see. The actual average, even you go with the wiki average, is less than 30 million, and a population that's over 300 million.
I'm not just talking about the people that were in it or participated in it. I mean the people that were on Twitter with BLM and their thing. I'm talking about all the political heads, the media.
Down that Twitter thing, then guess what? That's 2% of any global population.
That's 100%. But then there's also the media, almost all the media, but Fox.
Oh God!
The
media. Oh no, not the media. Look, the media in your department, your area, controls the fear narrative, regardless of what it is. So it doesn't matter whether it be fear the Russians, fear the Chinese, fear the Japanese, fear the evil white man because they wear some sheets on their fucking head. That is what your media is designed to do. That is what your media is going to be doing.
Yep, and people still buy it. Yep.
Guess what? Do you know the actual rating for a lot of the media that's out there? It's pretty low.
I just checked actually the other day. So Fox, if you compared if you added MSNBC and CNN together, you would get about the same amount of views as Fox gets, which is about 2 million.
Yeah.
So and yeah, like I mean, to be fair, is that that's what I'm talking about.
Keep in mind that's a global market being watched by not only Americans, Canadians, Afghanis, whoever. So that 2 million is an unfeathered number. Is it a nationwide number or is that a global number?
I am referring strictly to daytime viewership. I didn't even go into prime time, which goes more broadly.
Again, I would have to.
And in that article, I believe they were combining even the like local news people into that. It was just the general channel, like what CNN gets in general. So I don't think it's
CNN is exactly also global because it's also seen up here in Canada. It's also seen in the UK. Hell, it's even seen in Australia. Hell, there's a division in Australia that's part of the CNN program.
It worked on, especially on Jan 6 with a lot of people like flipping, red people flipping because they thought of that was terrorism, and like it's just like one of these things where, I think that the majority of people that watch media. I don't care.
Later.
Yeah, no, I look. At the end of the day,
I have no faith in humanity at all.
It's fine. At the end of the day, it is what it is. You will have whatever faith that you have. Yes, it's going to be a little uphill battle going forward. Yes, I will agree with that. But unfortunately, the tide has been turning. We'll get to see much more of that.
I think it's a pendulum swing. Is more the accurate example here.
Yeah.
So like BLM goes up in popularity, it's going to go down in popularity, and then something else is going to take its place for a little while. Then some random black guy is going to get killed, and then it's going to go back up again. I mean, it's
random black people get killed often. I mean, realistically, that's
right.
Deal.
Fine. Random black person killed by a white cop. It's going to happen again, and it's going to go back up. Like it is something that's going to keep reoccurring over and over again. And the reason, and then what's going to happen is even people that were against BLM, and I've seen this too, they don't believe in BLM. The moment George Floyd happened, a lot of people started agreeing with fucking BLM all of a sudden, even though they had criticisms before. The reality is that
that's because of the fact of the reality is, and the biggest scope is always going to be, it's the fact that you guys are afraid of racism, even though it's been baked into your cake for a very long time. And nothing's going to change it. It's been baked in the global scheme of things for a very long time. Every race has its own desires and hatred of another race. And it doesn't fucking matter. Trying to eliminate it is like trying to eliminate the oxygen on the planet.
Yep, absolutely.
So instead of bitching about it, instead of moaning about it, instead of trying to correct the actual wrongs that have been created, buckle up and deal with whatever it is that's in front of you and persevere, and continue. But unfortunately, we have people who are soccer moms who are fucking bored and have nothing better to do outside of drink their box carton of wine, and write those little notes to their constituent or whoever, and that's how we get the turnover the way we do. And then all of a sudden, by the time we realize it, we've already knee-deep in bullshit. And then the normies kind of go, wait, what's happening? And then they have to correct everything to go back to normal. And then it goes back again to the same direction. It's a never-ending situation. It's happened in the 60s. It's happened in the 50s. Hell, it's happened in the 30s. So it's never going to truly change on that one. You kind of going, hey, I've lost faith in humanity. Well, humanity has buckled up, changed its directions multiple different times, to a point where I don't even know which direction humanity is going to go into in the next 10 years.
Or the next year.
Right. So right now, there's people bitching about climate change. They don't fucking care about the black man.
They also don't care about the climate.
I know.
So, but the thing is,
fuck me. This has been an argument since the 50s about climate change. So, and hell, in my generation, when Gen Max left, we were facing an ice age. So I'm still waiting for that fucking iceberg to creep on my ass. I'm still waiting for it today. And all of a sudden, you tell me that, oh wait, no, global warming. It's like, we had global cooling, fuckers. Make up your fucking mind.
All right, with that, I think we have gone on long enough. I'm going to end this out now.
Please.
I just wanted to respond to that.
It's all right. You can.
It should be really short and sweet. It's a pendulum swing, and as long as it continues to be a pendulum swing, all of the things that you like and don't like will continue to rise and fall back and forth forever. So, yeah.
So it's agreeable. I agree.
Okay, we have a new outro made. Cut it.
You got to use the outro? Oh, good.
Yes, I got that downloaded and set up before I even started the stream today. So, we have a new outro. Thank you, Rogue. It looks unique. It's a little bit different from what the opening is, but you know what?
I mean, it works. It works.
It works. So with that, I don't have to say anything because the outro does it. So take care, everyone.